Yo, good morning, guys. Yo. It is early. It is early. Good morning. I have my coffee right here. We are streaming early today, guys. Maybe some of you guys are saying to yourself, Sard, why are you on so early today? And I would say to that is because I said I was going to be on this early. I said it. I said Wednesday we're streaming at 10 a.m. my time because I'm going to hang out with Nine Rain. That's the reason, guys. We got to hang out with Nine Rain today. So we're going to hang out with him around 5 p.m. So we're going to get a nice little early stream in today. Yo, Zanchi. Thank you very much for the 5-monther, sir. Let's go. Time to count to 3 over and over and over. Is that what happens on Hydra? I've never done Hydra before, so I'm actually going to do it blind today to see just for the first couple of kills and see if I can kill it. I don't know how hard it is to kill Hydra. By the way, good morning, Clouds. Good morning, Kool-Aid. Good morning, Border Nate, Imola, Majin. How we doing? Toop, Rafflet, D'Hide, Body, Tech. What's good, brother? You know what time it is? Unfortunately, I do. I do know what time it is. Early streams are goated. Fury, do you like the early streams? Bliss, early stream today? Yes, sir. Hydra about to put this man to sleep. It can't be that bad, right? Small hands, what's good? Tomorrow is Labor Day in Finland. Turn up. Hopefully you have the day off. Starting the grind early. Yes, sir. What up, Bob? Handle, Perp, Josiah. What's going on? Good morning, guys. Zanti, what's good? Weejib. How we doing? Purple Smurf. You move and you count to 3. Okay, so that's what's supposed to be happening. I just died to Tormented Demon from joining the stream. No. Hey, that's okay. We recovered from that, right? Surely you weren't a hardcore. 30 Bird, what's good? The last. There are no animations. Hydra's the most boring boss in the entire game. Are we hating on? Is Hydra catching strays today? Damn. What's up, G-Bear? Maybe we get some. Maybe we spoon some Pharaoh gloves because we have 1 million KCs on Cerberus and we still have no Eternal Gem. So maybe because we went 2 times dry on Eternal Gem that we'll get Ferocious Gloves first kill. 1 KC Pharaoh gloves. Danny, have a great day. Have a great day to have work canceled. Dude, I have to be some form of dyslexic. Danny's, thank you very much. Good luck at Hydra King. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the 5-monther. Early streams make the workday 2010. Type shit. Hope you're killing it at work today, Snow. There have been animations for years now. Hydra not even close to being the worst boss. Only my hardcore when I'm super locked. Okay, good. Third Fred, what's up, dude? What's good, pup? Hydra loot is great. I need 2 items from Hydra, right? I need the Ferocious Gloves and then I need the Lance. And apparently having the Lance makes solo Cox pretty easy, too. Timmy Music, thank you for the 2-month prime. Guys, I got to stream earlier. People are throwing down the primes in the channel today. Wow. The loot is insane from Hydra. Hell yeah, I also heard it makes you rich over there. And you get some good bones too, right? Per prayer. 4.5 KC on Hydra. Banana, dude, thank you for the prime. Don't forget the tail for your dragon bone necklace. Oh, I do have. I forgot about that. You can turn the You could turn the bone crusher thing into the necklace, right? You put it all in one. Maybe we'll get that too. Yo, good morning, Anonymous Thermal. What's good? Raw GP, Prayer XP, and Herb XP. Herb XP would be sick. What? Let's take a look at some of the drop tables. What about it gives herb XP? Hydra. Hydra bone, always. The tail is 1 in 1,000. Here's the herbs, they're noted. This is the small one. The alchemical Hydra. Okay, Hydra leather is 1 in 500. And this is what's going to give the gloves, I believe. The claw is for the Hasta to create the Dragon Hunter Lance. We need these two items primarily. All this other stuff, I don't really need. This can make the Dragon Bone Necklace and the Bone Crusher, yeah. I mean, these 3 items would be sick. It sucks that the Brimstone Ring is kind of just trash, right? It's like, you don't even need it. Going in blind? I am going to go in blind and to try to kill him for the... Oh, he jumps like 30 noted at a time. $15 Raynars at a time. That would be sick. Seeds, coins, Dragon Bones, 30 noted. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. All right, we're going to talk about something, though, because where I'm at Konar, I don't have points. Check. Whoa. My mic just muted. Okay. Where I'm at Konar, boys, I don't have points for a block list. So I was going to talk to you guys today about what I should do. And is getting a block list set up here worth the amount of time invested? Or is it better to just spend the time that you would spend trying to get points for a block list just skipping tasks? If you die at Hydra, don't go back without Boots of Stone. Okay, good point, good point. Worth it. It could take you 3,000 Hydra kills to get a Lance. You should point boost for blocks. It's the long-term play. Well, I could do 9 Masno, 1 Konar, and just hope that one of every 10 tasks I get is a Hydra task. That's something we could do. I'd block worms and send it. I have a list of the ones I'm going to block right here. I looked at all of them. These were the highest percentage tasks that aren't bursting tasks. Black Demons, Blood Veiled Krakens, Drakes, Fire Giants, Calphite, Metal Dragon, Worms, with Metal Dragon and Fire Giants being the highest, and then Drakes were the highest percentage. So I was going to block these. But I don't have any points. You also want to block bursting tasks? Well, I mean, I don't have enough points to block everything, so I was just blocking the ones that were the highest percentage that wasn't Hydra. Because if I want to do bursting tasks, I'll just use Duradel. But I guess I could just block. I could just block bursting tasks too. I forgot the Metal Dragon change. I guess you have to block that. Oh, I definitely have to block that one. That one is like, I do not want to be doing that. Anyways, guys, I guess what I could do is I could tutorial skip for now until we get one Hydra task. And then hopefully we spoon one. But if we go for a couple hours, I mean, maybe it is worth building the block list. Let's do a poll. I'm actually very indecisive on this, on what I should do. What do? Build block list or tur skip? Tur skip now or build block list for Hydra? All right, poll on Twitch if you guys would help me make this decision real fast. IA skip with NPC contact is the fastest? Yes, it is. Okay. Most people are saying make a block list for Hydra. Actually, we should be... If I'm on 0, I should do 5 Aya tasks and then 5 Mazna tasks and then 1 Konar. Or 5, 4, 5, 4, 1 for the first... For the first 5, right? I should take... Because I need to get out of the first 5 because they don't give any points anyways. You could do 9 Ayas and 1 Konar. I think Mazna is just as fast as Konar. And then you get points for doing Mazna as well. So I actually prefer that. Okay. Let's do this. I need a Slayer ring. Do I have those? Go to Slayer Tower. Gaming. I like the ground in the Slayer Tower. I've been testing out this 117 with some heavily adjusted settings to make it look a little bit more like GPU. And I'm kind of vibing with it. I don't know. I like the texture of the ground and it feels a bit comfortable in here with like the lighting on the walls. I don't know. What do you guys think of it? I kind of like it. Low detail is on. That's one of the things I have to play with is low detail. I'm a fan of GPU. I'm a big fan of GPU as well. I've been using GPU for the past year. But I wanted to give 117 a shot and see like how good I could possibly make it look. And this is kind of where we're at. This is about the best I can do to make it still kind of look like RuneScape. I think it is nice to play a video game without the squares, like looking at the squares on the ground. But when I hover my mouse over, I can see the squares. But with GPU, you can actually see the squares in the ground, and I think it is a bit... I don't like that as much. I like this. It's kind of a hybrid of both, so you don't have to see them. I will say there's some places that I go to with 117 on where I don't like it as much. I prefer GPU. And then there's some places where I'm like, okay, this is sick. I learned Hydra in leagues. I hated it. What was bad about it? I would say that this floor is a bit, maybe without the, okay, at least with, there's some stuff on the, when there's some stuff on the ground, it's not as like repetitive, but Hydra's a joke, but really good money. That's good. We'll be able to buy tons of runes with it. Hopefully I could just stack a ton of soul and blood runes and forever avoid having to do 90 rune crafting. That would be amazing. Bones for Prayer is big too. Oh, by the way, RuneScape just posted a video with Coxie, which we can watch really quickly. Endless Harvest was most picked. They just posted it 9 minutes ago. Or 4 hours ago, sorry. Let's watch this really fast.
We are officially over 1 week into the Demonic Packs League. With
Good morning,
Whistling
Funky.
still nowhere to be found. Thanks to eager players like you, the first week has been a great start. 4.5 million Echo Bosses laid to rest, almost 3.5 million packed points claimed, 6 million Clue Scrolls completed, and over 17,000 Rocky Pets already obtained. Welcome on in, everybody.
Damn.
My name is Coxie, and I'm back again this year to deep dive into some League 6 stats. New to this league, the Demonic Packs system featuring a massive, and ever so slightly intimidating, combat tree. With 130 nodes that boost your combat in various ways, players have been getting very creative with their builds. Whether you want to go for a try-hard sweaty DPS, turbo AFK, or something in between, there is a route waiting that's specialized just for you. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll come back to these stats in just a minute. First off, leagues are so special because you get to pick which areas of the game you want to interact with, and which you want to completely ignore. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at where the player base stands and what content ranks above the rest. Coming in
number one is gonna be the number one picked is gonna be, okay, not Varlamore. We're not talking about Varlamore and Karamja. Guys, what's the number one pick continent in leagues? I'm gonna say oh, that's actually a hard question. Okay, there's a lot of continents. I know which ones it's not, but it's gonna be between Taranwin, Kandarin. Those would be my first two picks. And then after that, it would be either Wildy, Asgarnia, or Karend. Let's see. Mortania is also way up there too.
first place, the top picked region so far is Kandarin.
Knew it! I knew it! I knew it, guys.
Followed closely by Tiranwin.
Got it! I got it. I told you guys, Kandarin, Taranwin. Told you.
Kandarin really did just have the greatest comeback of all time after being the lowest picked region in the last season. In the middle of the pack lies Karend, Mortania, Wilderness, and Asgarnia. A nice balance for players choosing between the two of the raids, God Wars, and the Wildy bosses. The least chosen
Guys, I'm just good at this. I'm just too good at this. I just know.
areas are the desert at less than 4%.
Yeah, no way pick desert, no way pick Fremennik.
At just 0.5%. Leagues isn't just about picking regions, relics, and
Leagues, what's going on? We might have to buff Fremennik. Unbelievable.
packs, though. It's about making sure there's a harmonious synergy between them. Here's a look at our top 5 region combinations, with special focus on the detail that almost 1 out of 4 players that played leagues this year picked Kandarin, Mortania, and Tyrannwyn. Dang, I'm a Theater of Blood enthusiast myself, but I did not know it was that popular. Before we get too much further, we need to have a talk about Echo bosses. We have most of our favorites making a return, with the addition of Echo Moxie. Due to the fact that our spawn point this time around is in Varlamore, Echo Moxie is accessible for every single Leagues player to take on themselves. Thanks to that, it has claimed the second highest number of player kills, but not nearly as many as Echo Hunlif. Let's see where the players stand on relic distribution. As soon as you log in, you're presented with your first big choice, your very
Endless
first
Harvest.
relic. Well, it seemed most people were in agreement because
Everyone chose
for every
Endless
one
Harvest.
person that chose either Barbarian Gathering or Abundance, 3 people chose Endless Harvest. Yeah, we really do have a big work from home player base. Relic 2, a bit more balanced in the selection here. 35% choosing Hotfoot, 15% Friendly Forager, and
Hotfoot
50%
gang.
Woodsman. Here's relics 3, 4, and 5, with loads of
Larcenist,
new relic
everybody.
options in this batch that haven't been featured yet in previous leagues. And it is nice to see people trying them all out. Relic 6, our biggest disparity in voting percentages, with over 8 of every
Grimoire's
10
trash.
players choosing Culling Spree. Relic 7 has a fan favorite returning, Reloaded, allowing you to reload into any relic from a previous tier. 95% of players chose to reload, while the other 5% chose Flow State to speed up those long skilling grinds. Let's take a look at what relics were popular with the reloaders. Leading the race, we have Soul Harvest at 32%. At this point, when you're choosing your 7th relic, there's 18 possible relics open. And having 1/3 of the player base just choose
Eternal
this one specific
Sustenance
relic,
gang,
that is
dude.
crazy. In last place, with only 2 people in the entire game choosing to reload into, Map of Alacrity. Second and third to last, Bank Heist and Evil Eye. All the 3 lowest pick reloads, they're all teleport relics. Relic 8, your final decision. Our lovely Thrall got
Flask
an
hype?
awesome upgrade and renamed to Minion. Not only did it get a cool attack animation, but it can now loot for you and automatically note items from creatures that you kill. It is no wonder that
Minion is like the point collector people. That's for Bodhi. Flask of Fervor is for the people that just want to have fun. Flask was awesome. It was the best choice.
one's seeing the highest pick percent of tier 8 with 76%. Now, for the brand new Demonic Pact combat tree. Definitely a lot to take in at first sight, but the different node options offer so much variability and variance to your playstyle.
Most popular would probably be the staff, these 2 points, and thorns.
Struggling with an Echo boss? Consider using one of your 5 respecs to counter that boss's weakness. We wanted to see what routes players were prioritizing, so we checked all accounts that have spent up to 20 pact points, and we noted down which capstones they've chosen. At the top of our tree, we got our trusty magic pick.
Water.
With over 50% of players having a maxed out capstone in one of these elemental areas. Water being the single highest choice. Let's move on over to melee. 33%
Thorns.
of account builds have maxed thorns, with 10% on blind bag and 8% on Hallie. I am a long-range Hallie enjoyer myself because there is just something magical about being able to noxious halberd Olm's hand from across the room. Finally, let's move down to the range side. If you didn't play Raging
Crossbows.
Echoes, the previous league, let me fill you in on something. It was a Twisted Bow domination league. The range side of the skill tree this time around seems toned down, and for good reason. Despite ranged having the lowest capstone pick percent, still, 1 out of 5 players were choosing the crossbow max hit and the crossbow double accuracy. As someone who loves collecting pets, how could we not take a look at the pet statistics from this league so far? As it currently stands, there are 68 pets in the game. So let's just take a look at the top 5.
I didn't get a
More than
single pet in leagues.
17,000 Rocky pets have been obtained thus far, largely thanks to the popular Larcenist relic. Next up, in second place, 28 times less common than Rocky Pet, the Rift Guardian, with 621 funny feelings. Coming in third
The
is
Rift
Youngla from the
Guardian?
Gauntlet, Heron from Fishing, and Pet Chaos Elemental from the Deep Wilderness. Out of curiosity, I asked the OSRS team about the least common pet so far as well. As of the 1 week mark, 18 of the 68 pets have not been obtained yet. And granted, some of these are locked away in Miscellin, but still, that's a lot. The least obtained pet so far is a 4-way tie, with only 1 pet obtained this league, with Dagonoth Supreme, Giant Mole, Korail Tsutsuroth, and the Bloodhound. In case you didn't know, the drop rate for a skilling pet is greatly enhanced after you hit 200 mil XP.
Osrs.
The player with the most obtained pets so far in this league is already at 37. And funny enough, 36 of them are Rocky pets. Their 37th was the Abyssal Orphan. Transitioning over to the most unique pets gained, there are 2 people that obtained 7 different pets so far. Good work, guys. There's a lot more out there though, and you gotta catch them all. Before we get wrapped up, I did a bit more digging on some fun and interesting topics. At the 1 week mark, only 1 person in the entire game has gotten 50 KC at the Nightmare. 2 people have completed the task of making 50 Forgotten Brews, 3 people have obtained the Elite Combat Achievement Diary, and 4 people already have 50 million Herblore XP. Jeez.
Damn.
Remember, balance is key, and sunlight is good for the brain. Making a return to this league, the Sage's Axe from the Executioner Relic. If anyone doesn't know what this bad
There's something ironic about a RuneScape video telling you to go outside. It's just kind of funny.
boy does, it'll one-hit targets with less than 20% health remaining. I really wanted to know what's been the largest single hit splat so far. 937 is the biggest number we've seen. Moving on, Grimoire was one of the lowest tier 6 relic picks this league. It gives you the opportunity to unlock all prayers and spellbooks. I was curious if there exists a player who's chosen the 3 regions for spellbook unlocks, but still chose to pick Grimoire for tier 6. Well, so far, 28 people in total have chosen these 3
There's
regions.
no way.
And of those 28, 3 people did indeed pick Grimoire. Let's just chalk it up to these 3 people playing
Rip.
a randomizer build. Dry streaks are a part of everyone's league
28
experience.
morons.
We all get to suffer through them together, but I wanted to know who actually suffered the most. With Corrupted Gauntlet being the most killed boss this league, I asked Jagex to pull the data and figure out who in leagues has gone the driest on obtaining 6 crystal armor seeds and 1 enhanced weapon seed. The unluckiest person currently recorded took 555 Corrupted Gauntlet KC
There's no
before
way.
obtaining these items. Let's hop on into the math and let's
Danny
work
gotta
this
get
one
a
out.
drop protection
Crystal armor seeds
immediately
drop
for
at a
that.
rate of 1 in 50, and
That's
enhanced
trash.
crystal weapon seeds drop at a rate of 1 in 400. Let's just go ahead and assume that this unlucky individual was ruling at the 5x drop rate threshold. That goes to 1 in 10 for armor seeds and 1 in 80 for the enhanced. We need to find the probability that both metrics are met, at least 6 armor seeds and at least 1 enhanced. Well, after some fun math, the chance of not having at least 6 armor seeds and 555 KC is roughly 1 in 3.1 quintillion. Chances of not having 1 or more enhanced crystal weapon seed is 1 in 1076, a much more digestible number. Combine the probabilities, this is going to put us at 1 in 1076 players. Whew, I am just grateful that I did not spend my leagues killing that much Corrupted Gauntlet. That is going to wrap it up from me today. Best of luck out there, and remember, if RNG isn't on your
Guys, come on. Nobody wants to kill 500 Corrupted Gauntlets in League. Like, we got to speed that up somehow. There's got to be something they can do. That's crazy.
side right now, don't give up. And make sure to let us know about your worst dry streak so far in the comments section. Remember, the law of large numbers states that as your sample size increases, your averaged outcome converges to the mean. In other words, you're destined to go dry some places, and you're destined to go lucky in others. Take care, and have a great rest of your leagues.
It's not bad with 1 minute kills. Dude, you're not killing Corrupted Gauntlet in 1 minute, are you? At least I unlocked Tyrannoman first, so my kills were still 4 minutes. Even without the prep. It was nicer without the prep, but it's still, even after 50 KC for me, I was like, I got to get out of here. Echo was doable in 1 minute. Not at my point in the game. Maybe you guys were like max stats or something, but I had like 65 range when I was doing Corrupted Gauntlet. Oh, you guys did the Prey Pin build. Prey Pin with 1 tick staff the entire time might have been better. 100% Prayer Pin could have went a little bit crazy, actually. That could be sick. Let's watch the Let's watch the Behemoth from yesterday.
Good morning, gamers. Welcome to Behemoth. My name is Tasty Life. Today, we are going to be talking about potentially the most polarizing piece of content in all of old school RuneScape. Of course, I am talking about Tombs of a Masket, the third raid in old school RuneScape, which in my opinion has some great flashes of brilliance, but for every one of those, there are probably two glaring, disastrous problems. And we're going to dig into that today because I have seen a lot of discussion around this raid recently. I don't particularly know why. If I had to guess, it's probably because of leagues. Everyone's taking desert, doing TOA, and realizing, hey, this is leagues and we're still not having fun. But there's two things I want to talk about for this, and they are both interconnected. I'm going to start off with the smaller one because I think it's a good idea. As Reddit user MobileScapers correctly points out, the Sang staff is in a terrible spot in the game right now, which sucks because I think it's such a cool weapon. It's so thematic. It's just frankly badass. It's expensive to use, and ultimately it is currently useless. That is mainly due to the existence of the Eye of Ayak now, but when it comes to TOA, where we're talking about today, it's very important because the Sang staff does not heal the player in Wardens, which I think would be such a free and easy way to add some value back to this weapon. It is maybe a harbinger in and of itself of how unbalanced late game mage gear is nowadays, and potentially this is just overall indicative with a few of the problems that I have with TOA. Now, I am focusing on a couple specific mechanics here, not that these in and of themselves are particularly important. They could never change and it would probably be fine. I wouldn't be bothered. But what's important about this is the design philosophy and the thought that goes into these mechanics so we don't repeat these mistakes in the future. One of the biggest things I'm talking about that I've seen a lot of complaints about recently concerns phase 1 of Wardens. Now, if you've never done this raid, there's a part in phase 1 where a giant ball is launched towards you and it does a lot of damage. It does 75 in a solo. Now, this mechanic is trivialized in a group because it spreads out the damage among all the players that are stacked on top of each other, which means the sole purpose for this happening is essentially just an anti-solo mechanic, which I have a lot to say about, and I'm very interested in your guys' opinions on this as well. So whenever I say,
I never really thought about that, but why do they, why do they punish you for doing solo if they allow you to do it solo? If it's kind of like prides itself on being a solo raid there. I mean, it's not a big deal. You can still get it done. You just have to factor in taking that damage into your supplies.
Something that makes you either happy or angry, feel free to comment about it because I think this is room for a really good discussion. I'm going to start off with probably my most elitist opinion, and then we'll break it down from there because it's a little complicated. I really think that we should get more mandatory team content in RuneScape, especially in the late game, especially for raids. Because right now, all we have is essentially TOB. Every other piece of content in RuneScape can be pretty easily soloed. And so as a generality, I actually am in favor of anti-solo mechanics. RuneScape at the end of the day is an MMO there. If you had more people in the raid, this mechanic would do less damage and it would just essentially be trivialized. But I think in this specific instance, it is bad. I think this is dumb the way that they implemented this, specifically because of where TOA sits on the hierarchy of raids. One of the things I think TOA is best at, if not the best at, is introducing you to raids. This raid is for learners. The invocation system allows you to get comfortable with the easier mechanics and then just slowly tack on harder and harder mechanics until you get better at it. But then when you have something like this death ball in a raid that's advertised as easily soloable and great for learning content, it feels like a step in the wrong direction. Like, why would you advertise this as easily soloable and then put something in it that makes it much harder to solo? Actually, not even harder. I'm not even gonna say that. It's more tedious. It just makes it more annoying. That doesn't really benefit anybody. But again, I have a feeling there's going to be some very strong opinions on this matter. So if you are a TOA doer, especially someone who consistently solos TOA, I would love your thoughts on this matter. If you agree with me, if you disagree with me, solo. I don't care. I just want to hear your opinions, so leave them down in the comments. Anyway,
Do you guys think they should change that mechanic? Where you're just taking a ton of damage from that ball? It's 75 damage, why cry? I never really thought it was a big deal, I'm gonna be honest, until he brought it up. So maybe it's not that big of a problem. It's a rough DPS check. The rest of the fight is pretty easy with the supplies. I mean, the last phase is a 0 damage taken phase, so really you only need to heal through those 2 hits. I haven't done it on higher invocations than like 400 though. It's a non-issue in low invo like 400, but when you start taking dehydration, it sucks. Oh! For really high invos, I could see it being an issue because you can't click yellow. Somebody said click yellow, but you can't. If you take a certain one, yeah. It's a little annoying because the meta is to tick eat it, and if you F up, it's minus 30 minutes of your time. You can't even and you can't even tick eat it if you take dehydration. You'd have to yellow Karis through it. But then you would need another yellow Karis. I guess you could blue pot yellow Karis, right? You blue pot yellow Karis through everything through phase 2 as well. You'd have to blue pot yellow Karis through P2. Okay. So I mean there's ways around it.
I'm going to get off my soapbox for now, and we are going to do an update on the guy that snuck into Lumbridge in the other episode. I want to say thank you to everybody that messaged me. Felt like I was having a paranoid breakdown, but turns out the solution is actually really simple. The original guy who posted that in our Discord shared exactly how he did it. It's an NPC in the Dark Wizard Tower named Xander Horfire. Literally all you had to do was go talk to him and then refuse to leave, and he will teleport you directly into the Lumbridge Swamp. Now, as you might assume, this was definitely not intended by Jagex, and I'm telling you about it now because it was patched, so you guys can't do it anymore, unfortunately. But anyway, mystery solved, and that was nowhere near as intense as I thought it would be, so maybe that's a good thing. Anyway, gamers, welcome again to Behemoth. My name is, once again, Tasty Life. Let's go ahead and jump into the clips, dude. We've got some main game clips for you. We're starting off with Fappy the Ghost, who is a Gim, and just look at his inventory.
Imagine, that'd be nuts. Hey bro, no fucking way.
The
way he's gonna say. No fucking way. 3KC, Connor, 3KC.
That was 316, by the way. On the opposite end of the luck spectrum, dude, we have 15, by the way. On the
Theater of Blood completions 3. 1 entry. 2 regulars. 1 scythe. Jesus, bro.
By the way, on the opposite end of the luck spectrum, dude, we have Mr. B. Rye.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over. I got it. Yes. Let's go. Oh my god.
Polymore's back on the main game as well. He's taken on a little bit of Yama.
Oh! We did it, boys. We beat Yama, but not fully. We're going to be back for Radiant soon. Old Play Helm online, boys. Radiant coming soon.
Skither's watching the most insane LMS fight dude. I have ever seen.
No,
I didn't know Palomore got full oath plate. Damn. Did anybody else know that? I didn't know because he only said it 400 times in the raid the other day.
The game's glitched. No! That's not real! Nah! No, this can't actually be real. Nah. This isn't real. This has to be a joke.
What's going on? He's hitting zeros with fangs over and over and over? What? What in the soda poppin'?
Surely brewed down to 0 and stuff.
Nah, he must have been brewed down to 0 or something.
There's no way. That can't be real.
Name a better duo than an Iron Man with a cursed UI doing next.
Yarrow, good morning.
Hey. Oh my god. I'm done. I'm done.
Torva body.
I've never seen a milk like this before. Next up, we have Cosmosaur.
It's a unique. What do you guys think that is? It's a unique, boys. Yes. You see that little tinge on the purple? It's not like directly purple. It's a unique. Are we twisted? Yo, boys, are we twisted? I'm gonna leave the raid.
Then he logs back in to check his collection log and see what he got.
Wait, will it say in my collection log?
Tebow.
No. That's crazy. Dude, no, there's no way. There's no way.
Oh my.
It's the best day ever.
Next up, we have Pierre Van going for his first ever quiver when he makes a terrible blunder.
Yes! Yes!
Dead. I knew it.
complete them.
This next clip definitely makes the top 5 coolest 99 parties I have ever seen.
Oh God. "99 agility and rune crafting." On
Time
the
for some league
stage?
clips. I'm actually really excited to show you guys this next one. It's Pure Spam, who is in the Jad challenge for 1.5 hours.
I'm dead. Oh, I missed 2 flicks, bro. My concentration. Oh, man. I saw something in the chat going off. I think it was the prediction, and then I looked away for 2 secs. Oh, dude, my brain. I need to pee so bad, by the way. Give me 2 seconds.
The madman went immediately back
405 Jads killed? 405 Jads killed. God, dude. Pure Spam is that guy.
By the way, give me 2 seconds.
The madman went immediately back and beat his own record.
Oh, I got off the tile. I don't want to leave that tile. My safety tile. There's nothing special about it. I just like this tile. No. There's no way I just DC'd. Nah. Nah. There's no way. No. You've got to be shitting me.
No,
I lagged.
no.
No, dude.
Humble Axe Taker Roydy has been having a blast.
Stop giving me dupes. Ooh. 2 helms, 2 vams, 2 bodies, and 1 big lubeless dildo straight up my ass from this dog shit.
And Beggar at Doom.
no.
This clip is absolutely chaos.
That is my cousin, but we're still effing. Yeah, that's how they do it in Ohio, you sick freak. You Ohio son of a gun, ain't no way. Oh, oh my gosh, I called it. Hey,
Yo.
that's right. That's right. You make a song about my mom? You make a song about my mom, dude? Guess what? I have a yak, suckers.
Bo decided to test out his build to the max and auto-retaliate Zuck.
I also don't know if I can out-DPS the healers, though. You don't think I'll out-DPS the healers? Should I tag the healers, guys? What do you think? Oh, I reflected him! I could kill him! Reflect him again! Oh.
He skipped the healers.
Holy shit.
Joe Watermelon decides to break the game with his flask.
Wait, why'd I just walk? Uh-oh. Yeah, the heals, bro. I'm stuck walking. I can't. What? No. I can't run. I actually
That's
cannot
crazy.
run. What is happening? Bro, what is this?
Rubiquitous could not do Cuthbert because
T-pose.
the Darok's axe counted as an axe.
Are you kidding me right now? What?
I don't think we've shown a Barrows clips this whole leagues, and that was on purpose, but we're going to show you this one.
Oh my god.
No.
What kind of drop is that? Oh my gosh. Whoa,
The 4-banger in one
dude.
chest?
What a drop. Behe? Is that a Behe worthy? Like, I don't even know. That's crazy. I'm like legitimately triggered. Is this insane? That's like Behemoth, really. Somebody clip it.
Poor Lake, dude. This took him over 200 deep delves.
Alright, I'm like not doing anything right now.
The glower?
I'm done.
Easy.
Thank you. I'm doing that right, at least. I'm doing that right.
Nice.
I'm like, I'm not doing anything right now.
Nope.
Bro, there's always something, man. I just went like triple drop rate for these that I can't even wear them for my point, man. There is always something.
Speaking of poor guys, dude, next up we have JCW.
Oh my god, I got my first one! Dude,
Huge.
what was that? 125 KC! Oh my god, it happened. About time, I know! Surely we get the back-to-back, let's go!
Gamers, that's all we got for you guys tonight.
125 KC for a mega rare in leagues. Whew, that's tough. That's real tough.
I have to head over to Micro Center and get a new computer because my computer crashed 8 times yesterday. So I'm glad I made it through this recording, but I love you very much. We have a very stellar guest taking out today's episode. It's Mr. Dino.
What's the chances neither signs her ass as a Slayer task? You know?
Okay. Okay. Damn. I'm just imagining myself. I don't know why, but I just imagine myself. I'm in like some silk robe. I come downstairs from my castle and somebody's like playing the RuneScape music on the piano. That's how you know you made it in life right there. You're walking on the way to the stream for your long day of work where you just play more RuneScape. That makes you want to learn piano right there. That song was dope. It sounded Mortania-esque, but I don't know what song that was. Any knowers, any musical knowers of that song want to let us know what that was? Please impress us with your knowledge right now. I don't think anybody knows. I'm going to be honest. That was Mozart? Oh, really? That wasn't RuneScape music? Varrock, dude, you guys, everybody just said a different thing. You guys literally said Lumbridge, Draenor, Varrock. Nobody knows. It's one of the first songs that you unlock. Can we figure it out? The song is called Medieval. There's a song called Medieval. This is a very popular song in RuneScape. You hear this one all the time. I don't know where you hear it mostly, though. Is it Varrock? That's a Varrock song. If you right-click the song in the music player in the game, it tells you. Oh, really? That's how you can figure it out? I'm not like a big music Andy. I'm always listening to my own music. Let's go to M. I went to V for Varrock, but that was stupid of me. Let's go to Medieval, which is spelled M-E-D. I couldn't, if someone was like, yo, spell medieval, I would be like, nah. I couldn't do it. Unlock hint. You said if you right click it, it shows you where it's from. This track was unlocked in Varrock. Okay, there it is. That's pretty cool. I did not know you could figure out where the where you unlocked it at. Honestly, what's the best song in RuneScape? My favorite song, I really like the new sailing song, man. I really like the new sailing song. I think that's like the best song in RuneScape now. But I really don't know. I don't know like a ton of other one. Coil's a banger. Should we listen to a song? Hold a second. Let's see. You guys tell me what your favorite song is. We'll listen to it and I'll be like, we'll see. Coil is not a song. Oh, there it is. Wait. That girl who played in the Behemoth video should play this song. This song goes kind of crazy, actually. Dude, they should do like a RuneScape orchestra or something, like a concert, you know? That would go kind of crazy. Are we 117 gang for now? I mean, I'm just messing around with it. It's not gonna stick, but I'm just seeing what it looks like. I'm just seeing what all the zones look like with 117. Just for funsies. For a few days. Alright, what other songs are a banger? Lament for the Hollowed. Les Monts. Lament for the Hollowed. Ooh. A little Lord Dracan vibe. Mercs, thank you very much for the prime. Sea Shanty 2 will always be my favorite. Congrats on 95 Slayer. Yo, thank you, bro. The Sound of Gothics. Is that an actual song? Can't find it. Kopi, thank you very much for that tier 1. You can search? How do you search music? Oh. This is way better. Oh, I remember this one. This is when you fight the balance elemental. You guys remember this one? You gonna get the music cape? I don't think so. Maybe one day. I just listened to Coil. Coil was absolutely a masterpiece. Oh, music volume. The Sound of Gothics is literally just somebody beating on a drum. And then there's a little horn in the background every now and then. This is literally nothing. Spirit of the Forest. Ooh. This one goes kind of crazy. Is this Veil Totem? More. Is this Zuck? You heard the RS3 version of Inferno? I don't think so. Okay. Is this Fight Cave or Inferno here? That's not bad. This is the RS3 version. Okay. Vibing. Zook. Brother, what we doing up this early? What's good, bro? I told everybody I was going to be streaming at 10 a.m. this morning because I'm going to go hang out with 9rain today at 5 p.m. Guys, I need a V the Victim shield, right? For Cockatrice. I need a V the Victim shield. I just can't remember. I don't want to get my stats decimated right now. I gotta go to the bank real fast. Any other bangers I should listen to before we end our RuneScape music session here? A Sailor's Dream? Is this one a banger? No. Preservation? Oh. This one's not bad. You guys ever just listen to RuneScape music on shuffle in the game? I don't really do that too much anymore. Some of the music is good though. I think after you hear it too much though, you probably want to mix it up a bit. I play the game on mute except for when I'm in TOB. What, you like the TOB music? That's your jam? Everybody's got their thing, huh? Okay. What am I doing? I need a V the Victim shield. And maybe a whip or something. Wait, Cockatrice is kind of annoying because I'm in my full Bofa fit. I'm kind of leaning towards Aya skipping instead of doing Masna, but the 6 points from each task is decent, but some of these tasks are so slow. I might be a fan of tutorial skipping and then just doing one Konar. We'll finish this task though, and then we'll change it up. I need some strength gear. No, I don't need a helmet. I don't need gloves because we want expeditious. Is this good enough strength gear? Yes, it is. Perfect. Send it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Why are you going for points? Setting up a block list for Hydra. We took a vote and the vote passed. I was asking chat earlier, what do I do? Do I make a block list for Hydra or do I just tutorial skip without a block list? And most people said to just do the points and get the block list set up because you'll be skipping for Hydra for a lot of times. So right now we're point boosting till we get a block list for Hydra, and then I don't think we'll have any use for Slayer points anymore after that. Play a Farmer's Grind song? You had your chance, bro. We were playing the songs earlier. Now we're just on the grind. No more listening to the Farmer's Grind. There is one video that popped up, which I was interested to watch. It's called The Moons of Peril, the Strength Propaganda, and it got a good amount of views, and I wanted to watch that one today and see what that was about. We can cue that one up real quick. Oh, there's the song we just listened to.
The rules of the game are backwards at the Perilous Moons, for several reasons. It's one of my favorite pieces of content released with Varlamore Part 1 in 2024. It also revolutionized many things, including mid-game gearing and PvM preparation. But it also featured several unique mechanics that you really can't see anywhere else in the game, which I will explain shortly. One of these unique mechanics is how Jagex essentially made defense more important than DPS here. Not by directly turning defense into damage, but by making sure each boss deals with glass cannon setups in its unique way, rewarding players who show up in defensive gear. Before we dive into these mechanics,
I did kind of like this from Perilous Moons. Well, it was mainly the Blood Moon, to be fair. You can totally be a glass cannon in the other bosses in blue and I don't know what the name of the other one is, brown. We'll call it blue and brown. Blue and brown is like totally fine to be glass cannon, but in the blood one, you want defense because defense essentially equals offense, which I really liked that mechanic. It was unique, and I found myself trying to go and stack defense. So you either have to go back to Moons or you have to do what I did, which you have to go get a steel ring from the crazy archaeologist, and then that was just enough for me to barely get Blood Moon KCs, and sometimes it still wasn't enough. Like I would fail, but ultimately that's what I did, and then I ended up just deciding to come back to Perilous Moons and green log it later on once I got a couple of items. But I enjoyed the defense portion of the Perilous Moons early on. It was unique to just trying to stack offense, which I liked.
Next, I would like to briefly explain how defense works in OSRS. Now, not because you don't know how it works, or I don't know, you might not know. In that case, welcome to the game. It's a lot of fun and I hope you'll find this video useful, but because its fundamental structure is what allows moons to have unique mechanics. Now, OSRS defense does not work like lots of other games where defense acts like an armor, providing damage reduction. If you have more defense, enemies will not hit softer, they will just hit less often. It's the direct old and tried and true D&D system, where you roll your attack accuracy dice against the enemy's defense dice and vice versa, of course. Then, if that hit is successful, you roll your strength dice to determine how big the damage will be. Of course, I'm oversimplifying the whole thing and there's a lot of math behind it, but that's the bottom line. Having more defense will not reduce the enemy's quote-unquote strength dice, but it will be harder for them to successfully pass the accuracy check. That's how it works in OSRS, and in most cases, getting hit is just a cut from your HP pool. As long as it doesn't reach 0, you're fine. As long as you have more than 0 HP, you might as well be at 121, mechanically the same. That's why in the vast majority of encounters, DPS is king. If you kill the boss faster, it can deal less damage to you. You can get more kills, and you save more supplies in the long run. Previously, the only place where you even considered defensive gear was if you wanted to specifically prolong the trip, like God Wars, or if the switch didn't give you an extra max hit. And of course, if you couldn't just pray against all the damage. Otherwise,
Chat, is there anywhere else in the game before Moons where you needed defense gear? Anywhere else? I'm thinking. I don't really prio defense anywhere. No, not really. I mean, I would just think that like when I think of what I need defense gear, I literally just now I think about Blood Moon. That's it. And then yeah, maybe PvP you want Carols and RMs, but Kraken you want mage defense. Kraken is a decent example of where you would want mage defense. The Inferno maybe. But really, no, there's not a lot of emphasis on defense in RuneScape as a whole. And I think that was pretty cool that I guess that's why I think it's cool that they added it into Blood Moon, because really you don't think of it too much anywhere else.
otherwise, you put on your best DPS gear. That's not the case at the Perilous Moons. The bosses here share a common mechanic that causes you to take more damage for each consequent hit they manage to hit you with. Also, each boss has a distinct mechanic. When they land a hit on you, either something harmful that's applied on you or something beneficial for the boss. These mechanics can be so punishing when compounded that traditional strength gear falls behind tank gear in kill time. What are these? The common mechanic they share is the triple hit they perform that cannot be prayed against. For each attack cycle, the bosses perform 3 hits at a time. First one maxes at 4 damage, the second one at 8 damage, while the third attack maxes out at 20 damage. Overall, each attack cycle maxes at 32 damage if all 3 hit you. However, these attacks are connected in a way. If any of them fails the accuracy check, all following attacks of the cycle will also hit 0. This is massive. This means that defense matters exponentially here for your survivability. If the first hit misses, you save yourself from potentially 32 damage per attack. If the first one hits you, but the second one misses, you potentially get hit for 4, but you still save yourself from 28 potential damage. If the second one also hits, but the third one misses, you get hit for up to 12, but you're still saved from the potential 20 damage. Your main goal here is to not suffer the last hit, and you have 3 dice rolls, so maximizing the successive probability of the dice rolls matters 3 times as much as other normal damage calculation encounters. Other than this, each boss has a special on-hit mechanic called Curse of the Moon, which also scales off of the triple hit mechanic. First hit applies 1 stack, second applies 2 stacks, and the third applies 5 stacks, slowly degrading over time. This also means that not getting hit is the only way to dodge these special mechanics. The Eclipse Moon applies a debuff on hit. Randomly, your attacks will glance off of her shield, lowering your max hit by 12, which is massive, especially for mid-game players moons are aimed towards. The chance of glancing blows will scale with the number of curse stacks,
Dude,
so as the boss...
I love autism. This is crazy, man. These guys that go deep dive on the numbers in RuneScape are some of my favorite videos. Like, I don't understand half of what he's saying, But it's fun. It's fun to like think about this guy, what's going through his head. And he's like, we're like, all right, I got hit there. He's like, wait a second, the statistical chances of me probably getting hit for that and then that again. Wait a second, that one didn't hit me the second time. Why didn't that hit me the second time? I need to put this into the formulaic quadratics real quick and run those numbers. And he, like, in his mind, he's like seeing a totally different game. You know what I mean? We're over here like, damn, defense good. He's like, well, why defense good? And he's like, oh, I'm about to break this down. The people that do this, man, these guys are mathematical and they're mathematics nerds and they're gaming nerds all in one. And maybe a little bit on the tiz.
Hits you more, you're more likely to hit glancing blows every hit, making your max hit lower, directly making your DPS lower, directly making the boss longer to kill, directly making the boss apply even more stacks on you, a negative feedback loop, a death spiral. Now, if you have more defense and the boss is not able to hit you as frequently, especially with the third hit which generates 5 stacks, the potency of the curse is weaker. As we stated already, you have 3 chances to pass the dice roll for every attack cycle, so you better wear that defensive armor if you don't want all your attacks to hit noticeably less. The Blue Moon, similarly, applies a debuff on hit. The scaling is the same, however, instead of the random nature of the glancing blows, it will 100% freeze your next attack every 18 stacks it applies. If she frequently hits you with all 3 hits of an attack, this can be potentially up to every 2.5 attacks, approximately. You lose a full attack every 2.5 attacks of hers if your defense is bad. That's also a direct DPS cut, which lowers kill time, allowing her to apply even more stacks. You know, it's true. A negative feedback.
Because the blue one, if you get hit too much, she freezes you, so then you'll lose your attack. So that's why defense is better. It's better to not lose an attack.
Same as Eclipse, but you can't even RNG this one out. Not only does it lower your DPS, by the way, it's annoying as fuck. So again, what better way to make sure this doesn't happen than to wear some defensive gear to make sure to pass at least one of the 3 defense checks. And then the Blood Moon. She's a little different, in a bad way, if you're not prepared. Instead of applying a debuff, she does something that benefits her. If she lands an attack, she heals herself. The first hit heals 1 times the damage, the second heals 2 times the damage, and the third one heals 3 times the damage, but with a minimum of 30, maxing out at 50. At least this is what the wiki says, but I'm not sure if we know the exact formula yet, even though this boss came out like 2 years ago. This is massive though, and this is a nerfed state. At release, it was even more punishing. Why is this more punishing than the other bosses? While the other bosses just lowered your damage, you still eventually whittle them down. But with the Blood Moon, she can just fully heal back everything if she frequently hits all 3 of her attacks on you. It cannot be overstated how important defense is here. So what does this mean in terms of gear? Of course, if you come here with actually good melee gear, you won't notice any of this. High-end melee gear has enough defense already to make it best in slot here. But this content is not for those players anyway. If we assume that somebody comes here at the point in their account when the loot here benefits them, their best melee gear might be a Helm of Nades Knot, a Glory, a Fire Cape, a Fighter Torso, Obby Legs, a Dragon Defender, Barrow's Gloves, Rune Boots, and a Berserker's Ring. Look at this absolute unit, by the way.
Absolute unit.
Now, this is decent melee gear for their level, normally. But we can optimize for defense, which might be worth more than the extra melee strength it gives, for the reasons stated before.
Yo, you gotta get a steel ring, fam. Steel ring's about to go crazy with this fit. And then maybe you could swap the Fighter Torso for like, I don't know, Fighter Torso's defense is okay, but I think I used Rune Plate Body and a Steel Ring and a Kite Shield and a Rune Kite Shield.
Before. Instead of a Helm of Nades Knot, they might consider a Guthan's or a Thorax or Varrock's Helm for the extra defense in exchange for 3 strength bonus. While Fighter Torso gives 4 melee strength, its defensive stats are bad, and Guthan's, Thorax, and Varrock's plate bodies are better. Same as Obby Legs, it does give 1 strength bonus, which is normally better if it gives an extra max hit if you can pray against the damage, but for moons even a pair of rune plate legs gives more slash defense, and Barrow's melee leg pieces just take the win every time. Dragon Defender can be controversial. It does give 6 melee strength and a lot of attack bonuses, which is a lot. Whether it may be worth bringing a shield instead entirely depends on how much DPS the
Crystal
gives,
Shield would go
how much
crazy
other
in there,
pieces
but
look like, but it's not.
You know, we can't really afford the Crystal Shield charges. That's the thing at this point in the game. I mean, you're doing moons probably before you're doing Corrupted Gauntlet. So, I mean, yeah, Crystal Shield is dope, but Rune Kite is probably the best, you know?
Outlandish to see some players prefer even more defense over a Dragon Defender. Berserker's Ring is the other one. It gives so much strength bonus that most people don't replace it with a defensive ring, but it's also one of the more expensive and harder to grind pieces on this list, while still being cheap and easy to get. Look at everything in relation to the state of the account. So if for some reason a player didn't get this yet, but got a steel ring instead, they can use that for sure. Most pieces on this list are winners, but the biggest winners are for sure the Barrows pieces, which have slowly been turned into outdated pieces before the Perilous Moons, precisely because of the DPS is king meta. There is a specific kind of warmth of the Barrows brothers, the mid-2000s simplicity that defined a generation of PVM. It's kind of poetic in a way that Perilous Moons sits in a very similar place both in design and in progression as Barrows. Multi-mini-bosses, underground, chest-based loot, aimed at early to mid players. There's just 20 or so years of game design between them. However, Barrows does feed directly into Moons, the single biggest gear upgrade someone can get for Moons at the state.
The only thing I would say about the Barrows gear, guys, is everyone kind of told me that the Barrows gear wasn't going to be used much after Moons, which is true. There really isn't much use for it. So in my mind, I was like, why would I spend any time here? I'll just go straight to Moons. And that's what I did. I just skipped Barrows. The only reason I will ever need to go back to Barrows is for combat achievements for Zuckhelm, because you need a Darok's axe. And I think that's it. That's literally the only reason. So if you can skip Barrows, it's almost like you should now, which it could be cool if there was another reason for defense gear added to the game maybe later to compensate for that, because it would be nice if people actually looked forward and needed that defense gear. Oh, the Verak for the KC kill. I heard you could use thralls to get around that. Or something like that. You need the Darok set for the Hydra KC. There you go. That's it. Yeah, well, eventually we'll have to go back and farm that, which we just unlocked Hydra today. So we're in process of trying to fish for a Hydra task, which, by the way, I'm going to need your guys' help here in a second. Because I just got a Greater Demon task, and I'm not trying to kill 150 Greater Demons right now. So... Wait, I can block that. I can block it. Oh, we totally block this. This is one of the... Guys, we just block Greater Demons. Is that the play? If you can, Wilderness cannon them. No, I think we just kill them, because you have to kill them inside of the dungeon. It's location specific. It's trash. Or I could skip, because listen. This is my 10th task. This is my 10th task, and I need it for points. I either skip And if I do skip, I have one more skip. Or we just full send the block. All right, we're gonna full send the block. I'm building a block list. All right, we full send the block here. I need something that's either fast for points, or we need Hydra right now. Metal Dragons. That's a block too. Damn. $31 Metal Dragons has to be faster than 150 demons. Has to be better, right? It has to be better. All right, let's finish this video.
Of the account they're at is a few pieces of good tanky Barrows gear directly happening at the Perilous Moons. I think it's really nice. It revitalized Barrows and also gave it a successor at the same time, with useful gear in the modern PvM environment. So the mystery of the Perilous Moons game design starts to unravel when you realize just how Jagex turned the DPS's king meta on its head directly here. Instead of normally bringing more damage to kill the boss faster, thus taking less damage overall, here you bring more defense to kill the boss faster, thus taking even less damage overall. But defense is only the first part of the backwards equation. Understanding why you aren't dying is one thing, but understanding why certain weapons work differently here specifically is another. In the next video, we will cover the hidden mechanic of the flat armor, a special stat that was added with the Perilous Moons, how it changes the dynamic of each fight of this encounter with certain weapons,
it's also
and how
a really
Jagex
cool
can elaborate on this
game
mechanic
design
in the future. I'll see you back in the Eclipse room very soon. Thank you for watching.
That's what makes the Makawaddles be bis in a lot of places. Those double hit weapons. It is. Well, he said something in this video when he was like, if you're new to the game, welcome to this game. It's an awesome game. And I was like, dude, I was thinking to myself, RuneScape is an awesome game. Like, it's in this small section of video games. Like, it's a niche of a niche, right? It's like a niche type. It's a classical type of MMO with long-term progression. It's one of the grindiest games ever made. It might be the grindiest game ever made. And it's just such a niche of a niche, but it's such a masterpiece of its category, man. It's really such a good game. And I don't know why I was just thinking of that, but it's one sentence in this video made me think of that. You think RuneScape is more grindy than WoW? Buddy, I don't have to think about that question. I don't have to think at all about that question. All right. How do I kill mithril dragons? This says Catacombs of Korend, Metal Dragon. Do I need Boots of Stone? I have Boots of Brimstone. Do I need those? Or can I wear my Avernic Tread PRs? I always send mage gear versus dragons. Really? I was going to use a fang. Kill rune dragons. I don't even know what dragons I'm killing, guys. I've got to figure this out. I've got to kill 31 of them. I need to do the one that's in the something dungeon. Catacombs of Korend. Is that here? Is this the Catacombs of Korend? Yes. So I've got to get my Xeric amulet. I have that. Isn't this one of your blocks? We're building Slayer points right now so that I can block this. I'm going to get 100 and something points from doing this task so that the next time that I get it, I could block it. Send mage and kill the iron dragons. Iron dragons. Catacombs of Korend. Iron dragons are weak to earth and they have 0 stab defense. Stab or mage is quick. I feel like my melee gear is better. We just send the Fang. And then bring like 2 pots. And we're chilling, right? We have an anti-fire shield on. I think that's all that I need. You don't have Dragon Hunter wand, so go with Fang? Okay, let's do this. I should have brought pots. Let's go with the strength potion. Chat, do I need an anti-fire potion to kill these? Bank. Bone Crusher. Anti-fire. Super strength. Surely that's enough to kill like 25 of them. All right, let's pop off. Okay. Iron Dragon. Bronze and Iron Dragon. Ooh, can I kill Bronze? Map link. I actually don't know how to get there. Or is it just upstairs? Oh, these are the ones that are up the stairs that I always avoid. Iron Dragon. Strength. There we go. Yeah, I think we go with the bronze dragons. They have way less HPs. You could kill LeBron's dragons. Nice one. No visage chance from bronze. It's fine. These guys have to have way less HPs. Oh yeah, we're smoking them. Absolutely smoking them. Why would we ever really need a visage? Isn't visage old content? Brother, I'm getting hit by both of them now? We're in multi. I'm dead. Dude, what is this trash? Why don't they move? They can't hit you with anti-fires. Okay, good. Pots up for 3 minutes 55 seconds. How's our defense XP going? Only 500,000 until 95. Nice. I just try to make sure everything I have is on defense nowadays. Even my Bofa. Does it slow down your Bofa to be on a defensive hit? Because I might just leave my Bofa on defense as long as possible. Long range. Long range is -1 tick. Oh. Guys, I'm trying to level my defense. Don't do long range on Bofa. Fine. Alright, we'll have to just train it with magic and melee then. If I block metal dragons, though, this task is not that bad for while I'm point boosting. It's not a bad task to get for your 10th task. Like, 150 greater demons is by far a worse task to get. Like, I wouldn't mind blocking it as my last task. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, I don't mind doing this task. Like, killing 25 of these is not a big deal while I'm earning points. I don't know if you guys know what I'm saying. You should tutorial skip? I am. I just want you to know, you're telling me to do something that I'm already doing. I'm doing 9 tutorials into 1 Konar. Now, the 1 Konar, that is what gives you all of your points. 115 points, right? On the 10th task. So, I would do 9 tutorials, 1 Konar, and for my 1 Konar task, I want to get rid of the possibility of the worst possible task that would take the most amount of time, which I blocked greater demons because I got 150 of them. 25 metal dragons is infinitely better than 150 greater demons. Right? So, I would block the ones first. I wouldn't block metal dragons first because they're not a terrible task. I would block terrible tasks first, and then I would block metal dragons last. Because the real thing you want is to get Hydra tasks, so you don't want metal dragons because they're twice the weight of Hydra tasks, but while we're setting up the block list, you really want to get rid of terrible tasks first. So the order in which you block them is important while you're trying to get points. I am cooking. I am cooking right now, guys. Some of you guys can't really follow up with the complexity of what's going on up here, but I am cooking right now. I'm specking them. Doing his first metal dragon task at 95 Slayer? Damn right. Guys, I never did metal dragons because every single Slayer guide said block them. That's just a fact. But now I'm understanding the game, okay? Learning from myself. Another brimstone key. I'm rewriting the code. We're getting into the fundamentals now. And sometimes the fundamentals ain't very fun. That's just how it is. But you got to learn them. Yo, are you finished with leagues? Yeah. We beat the game. You get the Dragon Cup? No, 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 no. We are never getting a Dragon Cup, guys. What I mean when I say when I beat the game, it means I had fun. I had a lot of fun. And then right at the point when I stop having fun, I stop playing. That means you beat the game. That's how it works for me, guys. I did all the fun stuff. And that way, in my mind, now I will always think of leagues as fun because I didn't play it until it wasn't fun anymore. Right? So it'll always be fun in my mind because I had so much fun playing it. And I stopped right at the time when I was maybe about to stop having or start having less fun. Did you get 40 pack points? I did. 3 zones, 40 pack points, 30,000 total points. And I learned hard mode Tob. And I got a full bis. I got full bis. Every single plus strength item for my blind bag build. That happens a lot to people pushing ranks. Guys, when you get to a certain age, you know what you think is fun and what you don't like. So I personally know that pushing ranks is not fun for me. So there's no way I would ever do that. Right? So I did what I knew I would have fun doing, which is pushing in the in game, getting my bis, and then learning Tob. I did all of that. And it was very, very fun. I loved leagues. But when you play as much as I do, you get about a week out of the leagues. You get about a week of gameplay. Nice! How many points? 99 points. 90 points for that. Okay, so every 10th task will get 90 points. Which we can do. We now have points for another block. Wait a second. Not teleport. Here. So now we would either do Mazna. Chat. One more poll, okay? What do for skips? 9 Maz or 9 Surreals? It's 90 points for each 10. What are you guys doing for point boosting? 9 Maz or 9 Surreals? I need to see what you guys are doing. What's the meta? Mazna gives 6 points. If we calculate this, Mazna is going to give 9 times 6, which is 54 more points that we will be losing if we Turiel skip. However, the amount of time to do those 9 tasks is about 3 times the duration. So you get to the 10th task slower, but by the time you get there, you have 54 points banked already. And you're going to need to do this 5 times. So by the time you get to 50 points for the big shebang, you've got 270 points just from Mazna skipping. And everyone is saying that these 270 points are not worth. How many points do you get from the 50th Konar task? Is there a way to see that? Do you have a block list for both? I don't have a block list for Turiel or Maz, I don't think. Old School RuneScape Wiki Slayer Reward. Thanks for linking this. Konar, the Konar 50 is 270. Yeah, I think you probably want a Mazna, guys. I have a block list for Mazna. Your stream makes me love the game. Hell yeah, Alvin. Here, guys, I think... Low-key, I think Mazna is the best. Why would you Turiel skip? Wait a second. How many points do I need total? Because you get 270 points from Mazna if you do Maz skipping. Then you're getting 90 times 4. Which is 360 plus 270 for doing Mazna skips. And I need... That's... No. I need a total of 700 points. Because I have 7 more blocks at 90 points each. Which is actually less. Mazna's for point boosting and Turiel is for skipping. So it's scientifically proven that Mazna's better. I was thinking that Mazna was better. But the poll here is saying Turiel's for point boosting. Does this mean that chat doesn't know what's going on? Or is chat just outdated? I think people in the chat might be outdated. You guys might be old and outdated and you guys need an update. Because a lot of times when I was learning the game, I was getting old tech, like 2 to 4 year old tech from the chat. I think we need to patch our chat and get everybody on the new update. I don't think people know what's going on anymore. We're going to have to update it. Are you done with leagues? Yeah. For now, we're done. Crawling hands? Oh my goodness, my defender's in the bank. Wait. I should be on ranged anyway. Oh, my bag is too full. Drop this ancient shard. I don't need it. And you guys said go rapid only for Bofa. I need more bag space. You guys think we'll ever get more bag space in RuneScape? The whole game is designed around 28 bag slots. It's crazy to think about. And WoW, like the best feeling ever is getting more bag slots. But now in retail WoW, bag slots are meaningless. I don't like that. It took away the joy of getting bag slots. No, not back shots. What the heck? I like the established bag slot limitation. It is better to just like have it's better to have limitations. That's kind of like what I've realized that gaming is. It's challenging yourself uniquely within certain limitations. But the problem is some limitations are not fun. And then you have to try and creatively solve that problem as well, and that's game design. Game design is making fun. Good game design is making fun limitations where players get to solve mini puzzles within the game. So you need the limitations there. All right. That was a Mazna. I just got 6 points for that. Why do I keep trying to summon Mazna with a quest cape? I gotta move my quest cape down here because it's like throwing me off. Cave slimes. Let's go. Huge. When you getting this Hydra task, bro, listen. I asked chat what to do to get a Hydra task. They told me this. What you're also not seeing is what you're also not seeing is the 2 hours of turtle skipping that I did last night at 1 a.m. in the morning trying to get a Hydra task for today so that I could actually do a Hydra task on stream. And yeah, you're not seeing that. So you're welcome. So I did already try to get a Hydra task today. You guys will never see all of the things that I do to try to keep this stream interesting, guys. You will never see all the skilling and everything I do offline. I did 8 hours of woodcutting yesterday too. AFK'd. You'll never see any of that stuff. I'm telling you guys, I'll be working hard over here. I got like 1.5 woodcutting levels yesterday. I was doing U's at the woodcutting guild. $60K more Stardust for Amethyst? Let's go. Teleport. Mazna. Cutting U's is crazy. I Googled it. What are you saying? It said cutting U's was the fastest. Don't even tell me I'm doing something wrong. Uses trolling? I said, I looked up what's the most AFK woodcutting. It said until redwoods at 90, use at the woodcutting guild. Teaks with forestry? User fine for AFK? You guys are trolling. Literally, I'm not, guys, you don't understand. I'm not actively playing the game for any more skilling. I have retired from that. One click per 5 minutes. That's all I got for you. So if it's more than that, I'm not doing it. So is there anything that's better than use for like 1 click per 5 minutes? Ironwoods is where it's at, but you need sailing. I got 60 sailing. Banking fletching XP is nice at least. No. I don't need any more fletching. I finished that. I can already do dragon darts. Oh, these are ghosts. Damn it. Good comms, good comms. Where the hell are they? It says ghouls. Slayer Tower? Oh, my bad, my bad. I read that wrong. That is my B. I was killing the wrong ones. Rip. Dude, thanks for saying something. Right here, Banshees? Oh, shit. Wrong way again? Go to CKS? Oh no. Got him. Oh, these things got some health. Imagine if Chad didn't have your back. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing too. I mean, of course, I'm happy Chad has my back. That's why it's nice. I trust you guys. Except sometimes when you troll me. But the reason that I was just sitting there doing the wrong thing is because I was talking to Chad. So it's on y'all to save me because it's your fault anyways. You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking to you guys, not playing the game. That's the first prio. So if I'm having a conversation with you guys, you got to make sure I'm doing the right thing because I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing here. And so it's kind of like a win-win or a lose-lose if you think about it, which I wouldn't recommend. Even if you were in the Sardaco files, I'd have your back. Thank you. Don't know what that means. Tasks like this are why only noobs do Maz skipping. Chat is cooked. Are you saying that the statistical mathematical facts are dumb and that you do tutorial skipping anyway? Because the statistical and mathematical fact that in modern day Mazna skipping is better points per hour than Turiel, you are saying that those statistical phasmatical stats are incorrect because you don't do that. And because you don't do that, that makes all other methods stupid. That's what's happening. I'm still going to Mazna skip. 33 bears. Why you need points at the moment? Don't you just need Hydra task? Apparently, the 2 to 3 hours of skipping to get points, to get 700 points, to get enough points to set up a block list for Konar is worth it. Because you could just tutorial skip for 2 to 3 hours straight and not get any points at all. And so in the long run, you're going to need more than one Hydra task unless you spoon it. So if you just need maybe one Hydra task, I think tutorial skipping was the way to go. But since you probably need more than one to greenlog Hydra, you want to, that's worth a couple of hours of point boosting to get 700 points so that you can set up the block list so that you can get more Hydra tasks over the course of the next month. Why did you reset your streak at the beginning of this? Chat told me to reset my streak. Tutorial skip. That's why. Chat, your chat is like Backseat Gaming Central, and these backseaters don't even have their license. That's kind of an accurate thing. I see the reference there. Where am I going? Bears. It's fine. I figured out that if I do 9 Mazna, 1 Konar, every 30, I will get 4 blocks. And then on the 50th, I'll be done. I'll have more points than I even need. And these Mazna skips, some of them are just as fast as Turiel, but you're getting 6 points each. So Mazna is in fact much better for points per hour. And that also, to Ashen's point, if you do 9 Mazna, that's 56 points. It's 30 points for a skip. So you're almost earning 2 skips for your 10th Konar task, which gives 90. Which you can afford to skip a bad Konar task. If you get a bad one for your 10th, like if you get Black Demon or something like that, you can skip that if you don't have enough points to block it. So you're earning more points towards the block and skipperonis for bad tasks at number 10, because you don't want to get stuck doing something like 150 greater demons for your 10th Konar task, because that will take hours in itself. Have you considered botting to speed things up? I will never compromise the integrity of my account because I earn all of the money that I have from this account. Compromising that would be a detriment to my life. So I would never, ever compromise the morals or my integrity of my career. How dare you even suggest something like that, sir? Also, if it doesn't cost much, link it to me in the comments. We'll talk about it after stream. I tried this and ended up using all of my points for one task. Damn. That's tough. That is real tough. That's not going to happen to me. We're getting only the best tasks. And we'll probably... Guys, what's actually probably most likely statistically going to happen here is that I will get on my 10th task here after we do 9 Mazzy. We hit the 9 Mazzy into the 10 Konar. And then what we do there is we get the Alchemical Hydra task on the 10th one, which gives the 90 Slayer points. And then we build our block list off of the Hydra tasks. Some of you guys don't realize that's what's about to happen. Feels like osrs had a ton of bots. Killed a ton of bots. Motherlode Mine, Blood Altar, Red and Champa areas are virtually empty now. I mean, we've been watching the Behemoth every freaking day, and Behemoth is saying that they're killing like a million bots a month. And some people, you know, a lot of people are getting taken out, like non-botters are getting taken out too, and that's an issue, but they're working on it, you know? That's 14 tasks. We're flying. Pyrophene, go. Oh, I need more. What's the fastest bank? Fastest bank is Chambers of Zarek. I need to bank this stuff. And then we need expeditious bracelets, like 5 of them. Actually, go back to the bank. Little solo coxer? Yeah, we might have to do that soon. We got to get a Hydra task, though. Somehow we have to get one. I'm saying I tried that and wasted all my points for one task. Oh, okay, I got you. What did I come to get? A range pot. All right, we go with the range pot. Then we hit the Fremi Cave. Wait, Sard, why are you rushing a Hydra task? I'm rushing a Hydra block list. And while I'm making the Hydra block list, I'm hoping that I get a Hydra task on my 10th task. Since Konar is the boss that is the Slayer Master that you choose to give the most amount of points for completing a task on your 10th task. So the only thing we're rushing here is a block list. To set up the long-term system of fishing for multiple Hydra tasks over the course of the next few months. We on the same page there, guys? I think we're all in agreement. How'd you get the crosshair? Exclamation point cursor in the chat. This is a custom one. Nobody else on the planet has this cursor but me. It's the best one. You done with leagues? I am. I beat it. Finished it. On a scale of 1 to 10, milking cookies as a snack is a 10. Yeah. I used to eat that every day. That is my number one favorite snack. I'd be a great Santa Claus one day. Mazda task looks significantly slower than Aya task. Were you closing your eyes for the last 3 tasks that I finished in less than like 2 minutes each? This one in particular is a bit longer because it's 45 of them. This is one of the slower ones. But the other ones that I did, 12 cave slimes. What was it? 10 ghouls or something like that? That was extremely fast. So you should say this particular task looks slower than Turiel task, which you would be correct in that. But you're getting points for these slower tasks. And when I did my math equation earlier, I already showed you that Mazna tasks were slightly slower than Turiel, but it ends up giving you 250 points at the end, which Turiel gives you 0. So in exchange for the slower tasks, you are getting the points, which is what the whole purpose of doing this is. And though it's slower, it adds up to more points per hour, which is really the only metric that we care about. So if you look at one part of the equation and you're like, yo, this is slower than this, but you're missing the whole fundamental purpose of why you're doing it, then you've already lost the argument. I now know to listen to nothing that you have to say. So check yourself before you wreck yourself, is how they say that in the business. Type shit. I love talking about the same subject the entire time we do skipping. Both are viable. It just depends on how you like to play. Both end in Hydra eventually. No, I agree with that 100%. I've never had an issue with even like doing a less efficient route. But I do have an issue with people that tell you how to play. That's like my biggest issue, is people that tell you you're doing something wrong. And it's like, yeah, but I enjoy doing it this way, is a totally fine response. But it's the people that always are trying to be like, yo, you're doing this wrong or less efficient. You need to do it my way. And then I have an even bigger issue with people that are saying you need to do this my way, and they are doing it in the more inefficient way and trying to tell you that their way is more efficient when it's statistically not. You know what I mean? Like, so there's there's a couple things I am okay with, but those two unique scenarios happen all the time. And that shit's got to stop, even though it won't. But we're still going to be an advocate against it. Like, let people play how they want if they want to do it. Or just like, don't be wrong and tell people that they're wrong when you're the one that's wrong. Strictly Konar task is best points. Wait. Really? Best points per hour is only Konar task. That's cap. That's got to be cap. No, Mazna into Konar's got to be more points per hour. Aya is a baddie. Yeah, I mean that's like a fair thing as well. Wait, I need to go to the desert. Let me go to my house really quickly. I took some damage there. Okay, we're going to Narda. Salve amulet boost points. Okay, now we're on some craziness. Might be time for CBT soon. Chad, I never wake up this early. So the places that I go to eat at were closed, so I couldn't really eat. So I just had cereal this morning. Do you guys eat breakfast? I never eat breakfast. Holy shit. I'm taking damage from the sun. The RNG is different at this time of day? What am I doing on this early? I'm going to go hang out with 9rain today. After the stream, so I had to stream early today. It's all good, Shane. I guess the tech on these is to bring water skins, because you don't want to bring your halo, because then that makes you turn your Slayer helm off. And then you end up killing these slower. I should have grabbed a water skin from the bank. Or you just try to kill them before you die. As long as you can kill them before you die, I guess it's all good, right? And you just go back and heal at your house. That's worst case scenario. I eat an apple at breakfast. I need more breakfast ideas. For the next time I have to stream early. Oatmeal with peanut butter and frozen blueberries sounds good. Hit up a taco deli. Dude, what the hell is a taco deli? Like a place that sells breakfast tacos? I mean, yeah, that would pretty much just be a taco truck. You get like the breakfast tacos. They serve eggs, bacon, cheese, and sometimes like potatoes in them. They're pretty good. Buy a cake without a candle. Listen to me. Nobody is out here eating cake just on the fun for funsies. Right? Like, nobody is really eating a freaking birthday cake when it's not their birthday. Nobody actually likes cake like that. Are you kidding me? Guys, birthday cake is not good. The wife and I get cake sometime to celebrate getting through the week. Dude, you have a wife. What are you worried about? That's enough. My wife makes a killer cinnamon roll cake. Cinnamon roll cake actually goes kind of crazy. But that's not birthday cake. I'm talking about like nobody gets like a birthday cake to just eat. That is disgusting. Coffee cake is great. Yeah, ice cream cake is also pretty good. But like nobody, I'm saying, no one's going to the store buying a birthday cake and then eating it because it's good. Sorry, guys. That's not happening. I don't believe it. I literally just cannot believe. I could not believe that. $38 Banshee. Gotta be Slayer Tower. No! -1 port. -1 port on that ring. How do you cursor like that? Exclamation point cursor in the Twitch chat. I'm about to if you don't stop talking about it. There is no way any of you guys in the chat think that a birthday cake sounds like a good idea for a snack. That is just no way. How can you tell what's a regular cake and what's a birthday cake? Dude, I don't know. All the birthday cakes I've had have just, they're kind of like not great. Oh! Chat. Abyssal Heart? Right here? Dang. That would have been crazy. That would have been so crazy if we had that. Should I pick these up? You can go out the front door of the Slayer Tower and get right to the Banshees. Through the window. Like to get to this room? Here? Oh, cool, 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 cool. Nice. I didn't know that existed. Thank you. Only Joker got a spoon like that? Wait, what mob did he kill to get his heart? Imagine you get the heart from doing Masna skipping. That'd be too good. Oh, he got his on neck reels. That is the dream right there. I think the most rare one would be a crawling hand. Getting a heart from a level 8 would just be insane. Rarest item, one of the rarest items in the game. Getting it from a level 8 mob. Damn, do you guys ever miss early game RuneScape when you were scared of level 8 mobs? The thing is, you advance so fast out of that now with metagaming. With the whole waterfall quest metagaming. You're literally like, you literally start the game at like level 30 now. 17 tasks, done. I died to a rat in Lumbridge because I went too far from the shrimp. There's no way. Cave bugs, let's go. Nah, dude, remember Soda Poppin' died to the Dark Wizards? Out front of Varrock? What's the point total looking like? Are you talking about leagues? This is the regular game. I got 30,000 points. See, this task is really fast. Right here, guys. This is one of the best tasks for Mazna. Like 10 cave bugs. This is why Mazna skipping is really good. Oh, I lost my expeditious bracelet. Done. I'm already done. That was a 30-second Mazna task. And we got 6 points for it. 50 crabs is kind of a crappy task, though. This one's kind of a crappy one. And the best one, can I block this? I need to look at my Mazna block list. I need to look at it because if I could block Pyre Fiends and crabs, I totally would. Maz skipping is the new meta? Yeah. Let me talk to Maz and see what's popping. Oh, I have one more I could block. Shades, Killer Watts, Wall Beasts, Catable Pawns, Ice Warriors, Mogros. I think I block crabs. Crabs is the worst, is the absolute worst. Crabs has got to be worse than dogs. Wow, you got a Levi task? I got my Leviathan task banked. What's the crab's weight? I don't know, but I've already gotten 2 of them, and I don't want to do them because there's too many of them. 50 crabs takes a long time. I'm just going to block it. 31 Pyre Fiends is much better. The thing about the rock crabs is they take a long time to kill. And you really just don't want them. But at least from doing Mazna skips, I'm earning the points to like get that block. Crabs has got to be the worst ones. All right, I have a full Mazna block list now. It's quick with Thorns build. Oh, God. I have crabs. We are talking about different things here, guys. What you need points for? Konar block list. For Hydra tasks. Use Soul Wars Fairy Ring for Pyrofiends. What are you going to save me? 10 seconds? I know where these ones are, so I just go to these ones. Unless there's a better reason for going to those ones. Are they lower level? You can cannon at Soul Wars? Do I have any cannonballs? I don't think I do. Wait, I've got 1,000 cannonballs. That's not bad, actually. You need a what am I doing? That's fine. I think your job as a streamer is to answer the same questions all day. It doesn't even bother me anymore. Speeds it up significantly. Yeah. To be fair, I'm not really going to cannon anything anymore. So what am I saving the cannonballs for? Really nothing. Cannonball is for Slayer skipping. And we're not doing an imbued heart grind more than likely. For at least months from now. It would certainly be one of the last things that I do. Oh! Heart. Quick, easy heart right here. Damn. Never lucky. Never lucky. I didn't know there was superiors for banshees or crawling hands. That's another thing, is Turiel skipping doesn't have very many things that give heart or superiors, but Mazna, most of the Mazna stuff has superiors. Just another reason Mazna is superior to Aya. No, it's 1990. We gotta go Konar. We gotta go Konar. Wait. Can I get a task from Konar from NPC contact? It's grayed out. Konar won't respond until she's aware of you and your intentions. What the heck? Wait, where does this port take you? Wait, Radha's blessing takes you... No. No. Oh my god. There's no way I didn't know that thing had a teleport on it. I've been running here this whole time. Oh, it's only 3 teleports per day? I just wasted one. God dang it. Give me the Hydra task. Give me the Hydra task. 103 lesser Naga and Tapioca. Talk to her. When tasking, you disturb the balance. I do not consider your combat level. Talk to her about what? I pressed everything in the dialogue. You're good? You can NPC contact now? Oh, crap. Oh, she's in there now. What? All I had to do was ask her about the reward shop? What is this game? Okay. What's the strat? What's the strat here? Where is Tapioca? Is that Perilous Moons? Amox Lottles. Frost Nagua are weak to crush and stab. Probably just Mach Watts, right? Just tutorial skip. You guys are giving the worst advice right now. I'm trying to build a block list. If I tutorial skip, I'll lose my streak. I need to do this task for the points. The whole reason I just did 9 Mazna skips is so I could get a task that I could do for points. All right, boppers. Let's get the boppers. We're going melee. Perfect. And then I need, what is it called? Pendant? Pendant of 8s. We're going to... Oh no, where am I? Varlamore, shoot. Where the hell is Varlamore? Twilight Temple. You don't need a block list if you're tutorial skipping. I tutorial skipped for 2 hours and didn't get a Hydra task. So I figured if I could build that block list, it might save me hours over time. I forgot strength pots. Dude, I'm gonna have to pray this whole time too against what? Mage? Have you tried doing 9 tutorial? Yes, but Mazna is more points per hour. I'm already done flaming the tutorial people. I'm not gonna flame you too. We already did that. No worries. Alright, I need to get a strength pot. I think we just TP to Cox and then TP back. I'm gonna need prayer as well as strength. Go. Okay, deposit one of these. Let's just deposit this for now. Give me like 2 Karambwans. We're going to eat to full. We won't take any more damage. And then a strength potion. 2 expeditious bracelets and 4 prayer pots should be enough to finish this. Go, 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 go. Auto retaliate on. Strength potting. Pray mage. Are the frost ones the easiest ones to kill? That's the question, because you could kill any of them. Let's see. These are level 104. It has to be in this area, because this is tapioca, right? How do you know that this is tapioca? Your task is specific to this area. That's the name of the dungeon. Are these the only ones that are in this dungeon? Okay. How do you see the instance map? Right-click the globe. Show instance map. Wait, I never knew about this. This is a pretty small instance map. And that's where a Moxolotl is. You get any frozen tears from these guys? I get more charges. That'd be nice. Imagine thinking that he reads YouTube chat. I don't have to imagine that. I read everybody's chat. My chats are all in one box, guys. They're all in one box. I see everybody's chat. It's janky because it's a rune light feature. Oh, so you're not really supposed to be able to see that. Like in the normal game, you can't see the instance map. There's Moonlight Moss right next to you for infinite prayer. Wait, these drop prayer pots. Nice. That's actually really good. We'll not have to use our own prayer pots here. If they dropped enough prayer pot, we could camp piety too. On the real map, you can see the tower. Why does it pull up Lumbridge? All right, on the real map, Ruins of Tapioca. Yeah, you can't click down here to see a map. There's nothing you can click on. It just doesn't have a I guess it just there is no map for this instance. Yo, freelance. I just got in. What are we up to, gang? What's good, bro? We're building a Hydra block list and hunting for Hydra. I'm on my 10th Konar task. I'm on my 10th task. We're doing a Konar for points. And then that way, if we get a bad task or something like that on our next 10th Konar, we can block it. We also have fully set up our Mazna block list as well. This will probably be the last time we ever have to boost for points once the Konar block list is set up. But we did hit 95 Slayer. So that's a thing. We're making prog. What RuneScape town reminds you the most of home? That's a good question. Any reason you're on today? I'm hanging out with 9rain today at 5 p.m. So I had to stream early today. What RuneScape town reminds you the most of home? Trying to think. I'll probably say Artie. It's because Artie is like, it's a city, but it's not the big city like Varrock. I'll probably say Artie. Sears Village got that home vibe. Barbarian Village. No, the people ask like, where would you want to live at if you could live anywhere in RuneScape? And I always pick the little town, the little farm outside of Taranwin, just north of it, like the little water mill. Just outside of Priv. Gwyneth. Is it Gwyneth? Gwyneth. This little town right over here. You got Priv nearby. The sailing course never used to be there, but I guess that town is a bit more popular now because of the Gwyneth glide course. But pre-Gwyneth glide course, nobody really knew nobody really knew about Gwyneth. It's kind of an unused area of the map. I've been killing Lizardman for an hour with no Xeric Talisman drop. That's crazy. I do remember my first Xeric Talisman took me a while. But the thing is, after you play the game for a while, you're going to end up with 500 of those things. Like when you start killing Lizardman Shaman for your Warhammer, I mean, you're just gonna be breaking those things down for fangs. You're gonna have so many of them, you're not gonna know what to do with it. But your first one always just, for some reason, can take a long time. Wait, blessed bone shards. They put a Walmart in Gwyneth. Now it's got traffic. It's got boat traffic for sure. Okay, I just had a thought, and you guys can let me know what you think about it. I was going to... So after this task, I'm going to have like 200 points. Or something like that. So what I could do is I could try to get a Hydra task after this for a couple of attempts, and if it's not good, then I can either skip or block if it's a bad one, and I could go back to Mazna. But maybe we get a Hydra. You have a block list for Hydra? We're building a block list for Hydra. That's like what we're doing right now. If you stick it out to 50 tasks, you'll have a full block list? Yeah. But I have enough to block it right now. I mean, I have enough to block like 2 tasks right now. Yo, Semi-High, thank you very much for the 9 months. Maybe it's not a good idea. Maybe it's better to just get your 700 points so that you have enough, and then you're just tutorial skipping from there on. Tutorial skip, grab a task, block it. Tutorial skip, grab a task, block it. That's probably the best way to go. I'm sensing a Hydra leather spoon. Bro, I gotta get lucky at some point, because all I'm getting is dupes in the raids. I'm at 964 Cerberus kills with no Eternal Crystal. So we're still dry on Cerberus. Like, I still have to go back to Cerberus, but I'm literally... I've used like 1,000 prayer pots there already. Did we forget about a Raxor? No, I've gotten spooned at everything in the game except for Doom, Cerberus, Tormented Demons, and like Lightbearer decks. I mean, some of the other things I went on rate. But we had a pretty good run. Took me 500 deep delves for treads. I mean, I still don't have a cloth. Still working on that. I have 3 fangs and 2 Eladinus wards. No Lightbearer yet, so it's tough. I finished Serb at 1550. That's not bad. I would be fine with that if I get an Eternal Crystal at 1550. That's like 2 more tasks. The problem is the prayer pots, man. Serb is crushing the prayer pots. I'm having to use my super restores on it. I'm worried. I'm worried because I'm kind of wondering like where the heck my prayer pots are going to come from late game when I'm just doing bossing and stuff. I'm going to have to do the Muspa grind at some point for prayer pots. You can sometimes get lucky when you're doing raids and they'll give you like a few supplies, but you definitely use more than you gain. I got 2 Eternals, 3 Pegs, and 1 Prim at 360 KC. Holy shit. Cox will print herbs? I mean, rarely. Rarely are you getting a Snapdragon or Raynar drop from Kime. And then other than that would be the Wilderness, which I'm not doing again because I finished that. And then it would be Muspa after that, or Slayer for Aqua Knights, but I'm not gonna be doing Aqua Knights because I don't need Slayer XP anymore. So also I can't do Aqua Knights because I don't have high enough Slayer or high enough what is it called? Sailing, which I'll probably never have high enough sailing, I don't think, for that. But it's not on my priority list. So, but the thing is, I really don't need Muspa either, because Venator Bow. What else would you need Venator Bow for besides leveling your Slayer? Whisper? Whisper and Coliseum. I remember when people were saying you wouldn't need to worry about pots later in the game when you started playing Iron. Yeah, they were wrong about that. I mean, if you play the way that you want that, if you play the way that I want to play, you do end up needing to worry about pots. It also slaps for Araxor superior farming. Yeah, if we ever do end up doing that, probably not. But if we ever end up doing that, that'd be nice. Eventually, you won't worry. I haven't worried about pots in 2 years on my Iron Man. As soon as I get a Raynar or a Snapdragon seed, I immediately plant it and I make it. But really what's killing it right now, I don't think it would be as bad if I finished the Cerberus grind. Like, spooning Wilderness grind and then going dry on Cerberus is a huge... It sucks. Because you'd rather have it the other way around on your Iron Man. Because Wilderness gives you so many prayer pots and then Cerberus drains all of them. I got more herbs than I know what to do with from solo Cox. I think really maybe doing raids is not that bad, because if you do solo Cox CMs and you do like hundreds of them, in CMs, solo CMs, you're using zero of your own supplies in there. So that could be a strategy for bulking up your account. Yeah, baby CM. Solo, if you do baby CM or solo CM, which is probably what I'll end up doing. That's like positive herbs. Because you're just making all of your supplies for the whole raid. Oh, you do get frozen tears from these. Nice. The seed grind sucks. Can we get 5 gifted, chat? Damn. Wait, is that a frozen tear? I need that. Nice. 8 more ports. I did need more ports in my pendant because this is how you get to Doom. So this wasn't bad. Now we got 44 more Doom clears. Ooh, more. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Yeah, these are not bad to kill. They drop prayer pots, so you can just infinite sustain. Only 2 more, by the way, guys. And then we're going to go and we can slam 9 Maz real quick. All right, let's see. How many points? How many points do I have? Oh, I need 1 more. Man, if these were Zammy wines, that would go crazy, actually. Sorry, can I ask why you don't care to Dragon Trophy? I don't know. I think the psychology behind why I personally don't care about the Dragon Trophy is because it feels like a participation award. It's not difficult to get. It just requires time. And so I've never been a huge fan of like participation trophy stuff. I think that the trophy should go to like the winners, the people who are good at it or are the best. So I tend to lean more towards stuff in the game that's very hard to get that not everybody will get. So that's the value. That's where the value is that I see in the game, which is why I care so deeply about the exclusive cosmetics that are hard to get. So, that's my take on Dragon trophies and why, to me, it doesn't hold a significant value. And I don't really care about it too much. So I'm huge on anything that requires skill to do because I want to see if I can get that or not. And I like that challenge of trying to unlock stuff. We're at 193 points right now. That's not bad. Let me hit the bank really quick. Pets are the biggest flex. If you like pets, I think that's awesome. Pets are in the participation trophy category for me. So that's kind of why I don't care about them too much. They're in that same box. I need the Gwish. And the Quiv. We can deposit the strength stuff. All right. I'm going to grab really quickly here. Let's go with Maz. Having a stack of brews, restores, and prayer pots you'll never use up is my flex. That's nice to have unlimited resources, bro. You don't have to run into my problem that I'm running into right now. I have no prayer pots, but I'm using restores. I have a good amount of restores. I mean, maybe 3,000. So close to 1,000 restores. But if I'm using restores instead of prayer pots, then those are also going to get consumed pretty quickly. I could stack like a couple thousand moonlight moths too, which wouldn't take that long. And then I could use moths instead of restores, which would extend the life of the current restores that I have. That might not be a bad idea, Robin. I kind of like where your head's at with that. What's up, Tony? The poor man's prayer pots are underrated. They are. How many moths do I have currently? 0. I'm a 0 moth. Dude, I need to do these 2 scroll box mediums. Chat, we have to do these. I'm losing medium scrolls because I'm doing Mazda skipping. You get a ton of medium scrolls from this. All right, real quick, let's do a prediction. Will I get Ranger boots from 2 scrolls? Yes or no? Prediction is up now. Today could be the day. Really quickly, we're just going to swap to standard spellbook. And we're going to configure this for TP standard. Let me grab a spade. And we're going to Falador. Any gamblers? Cave of Beasts. Done. The crate west of the clock tower. Clock tower is already cloak. So there's clock tower, and then there's wizard's tower, and then there's tower of life. I think I'm able to identify all of these now. We'll be ready next Gillinor games. Everyone talks about brews for next. You're going to burn through restores. Yeah, before we do next, we actually have to do some crazy month of like stacking bird's nest and doing toad flax runs and stuff. Yeah, we'll have like we'll have to develop some sort of system that we do for a few weeks to try to compensate for how much we're going to use there. Whenever it comes to it, I'm sure it's just another problem you got to figure out, just like RuneScape. You develop a system to accommodate for the amount of usage. There's always a way to fix it. Barak Castle. Yo, how do you have 0 Araxer kills but 95 Slayer? I think you typed in my name wrong. Must be looking at the wrong stats. I think I have 250 Araxer kills. I also also have a Rancor and a Nox Alley, so the plugin is broken. I think you're looking at maybe a wrong character because I think there might be 2 characters on there. Maybe that's what's going on. Leagues might be messing it up. That's true. All right, we got our first casket. 1 out of 2. South of Lumbridge Swamp. Easy. Dude, RuneScape, does Leagues feel like something is missing? Doesn't it feel like something's missing without Lumbridge and Varrock? I swear, man, Lumbridge, Varrock, like Mistlin is such a core part of the game. However, Varlamore, freaking awesome zone. Clock tower again. Easy. I definitely missed Mistlin, and it was only gone for a week. Varlamore is really good for iron modes like League. Yeah, Varlamore just has so much in it, man. It did not disappoint. Falador Park, catch me if you can. Wait, medium clue scrolls are kind of a vibe. These are so easy. Casket already. How are we looking on this prediction? 93% on no. Ranger boots in 3, 2, 1. Nothing. Oh. The white Bodhi. All right, we got the drip. That's all that matters. You longbow, we don't need. The drip we can put in here. And we can go back to Lunars now. And we can go with NPC contact. And then you guys know what time it is. Surely you know what time it is. Choose outcome? No. Believers not getting paid on that, unfortunately. It's time for a little CBT. No, not Serb. Close, though. Just, you had like 2 out of the 3 letters there. We got time to fire up a bagel, boys. A little bagel, a little coffee. Yeah. CBT hype. What task are we on? Cave slime. There we go. Look at that, boys. Is there anything better than coffee bagel time? I don't think there is. We got the Thomas Everything bagels today. Donut and Pepsi. Holy crap. Donut and Pepsi? That sounds good. That's a lot of sugar though, right? I don't think coffee and bagels a lot of sugar, is it? Hopefully not. Birthday cake. Stop. Depends on what you put in your coffee. Vanilla, soy, creamer. And that's it. Just a little bit. A little dab. I do like iced coffee too. Kind of want to watch this theory-wise video. I haven't seen this one. Why RuneScape grinding works.
RPG known for
Already here.
RuneScape is grindy. That's like the one thing you think of when someone mentions it.
Yeah.
Chop a tree, mine some more, chop a tree, but this time it's over here. Burn the logs to level up fire making,
Grindiest
which is
game
a
there
real
is.
skill in the game for some reason. The predominant impression of the word grind is something long, a monotonous, repetitive action that you do over and over again. As a medium, video games are great at incentivizing repetition. The more you do something, the better you get at it. And since games are...
The title of the video is RuneScape grinding works. I'm gonna guess why RuneScape grinding works. I'm just gonna guess that you get dopamine from seeing your number go up. And that's why people keep doing it. That's got to be the simplest way of thinking about it, right? I can't think of anything else.
All about placing a challenge in front of you and pushing you to complete it, these things pair together well. And wouldn't you know, there's an entire genre of game that specifically orients itself around long. That's it, just long. Long what? Who knows? It just needs to be that. A genre, of course, known as the RPG, known for immersion, storytelling, progression, and meticulous decisions that allow the player to experience stories unique to them. Not just narrative stories, but experiential ones. Sadly though, developers only have a finite amount of time to develop something long. If you want your upcoming RPG to convey the length of a journey, the extended arc of a character as they go from one thing and turn into another, you can't handcraft all 50 or 100 hours of that experience. You need to resort to a different kind of long grinds. Repetitive tasks, repetitive side missions, cave systems, dungeons, recolors of enemies, recolors of weapons, randomized layouts that put the...
Now, the only way you can make an MMO with enough content for the way that we consume games nowadays is for it to be an insane grind. Am I right there? Like, RuneScape doesn't have as much content if all the grinds are not insane. That's why we keep playing it. We keep playing it because we have something to do. The moment you run out of something to do, you stop playing. So why wouldn't all the MMOs be an insane grind? That I haven't figured out yet. It just makes sense to me for an MMO. Horizontal progression is key.
Burden of level design onto the computer. Despite how terrible this sounds, we as human beings seem to love it. The idea of investing time into something as intangibly pointless as pixels on a computer screen makes our brains go all fuzzy. It replicates the feeling of arduous, monotonous tasks you do at work, except it recontextualizes them into worlds that are far more enticing. You're slaying dragons, you're upgrading weapons, you're not paying off a loan. And when you are, it's to cute anthropomorphic cartoon animals, not a faceless website that threatens to make your interest rates skyrocket. Now, take the success of the RPG and apply it to a new incarnation of the genre, one that blends RPG with the communality of multiplayer games writ large. The MMO RPG, a genre tasked with doing what an RPG already has, yet now it must do so persistently, endlessly, forever. What better way to develop content for such a task than to go long? Very, very long. What was a multi-hour grind could become a multi-dozen-hour grind if the game demands. Suddenly, you aren't inhabiting a sliver of the world, but the world itself. Suddenly, the world exists far past when you choose to interact with it. And what was a representation of your daily work habits in microcosm just became your daily work habits. Again, that sounds awful, but people love it. At least they did. That's the historic trend of MMOs. They started out long-term, narrowed down, became more palatable with games like World of Warcraft, and tried and failed and tried again to mimic that success until...
Well, the thing is that World of Warcraft used to be a long game, but we evolved into metagaming. And what was a long game is no longer long. It's like 5 days played now, 6 days played. You get max level. That used to take people months. It used to take you half a year to hit max level in Classic WoW. But that doesn't happen anymore because we have like rested XP, we have technology, we have meta routes, we have, you know, people that min-max the game. So now the grind is gone. But RuneScape's grinds have stood the test of time. No matter how fast you are, there's always another grind in RuneScape. So RuneScape is like, that's why they say it's like the ultimate grind game, because you can't even metagame RuneScape. It's still gonna be a grind. Like even the fastest person, 12 days played from Bodhi to Song of the Elves. And Song of the Elves is barely, not even mid-game really, which is crazy.
Finally getting inspired by the modern trends of current-day live service models, also known as seasonal models. You can churn through a new WoW season quicker than you can a playthrough of Witcher 3. The longest form of genre just became another genre, and slowly the most recognizable feature of it, the persistence of it, became nothing but a forgotten relic of a bygone era. Because how do you keep a world living when most people disappear in the blink of an eye? Experience it in a heartbeat. But people love it, right? The fact that MMOs have become more short form, that it's easy to catch up to people who have been playing for decades because you can buy a boost or get a free one from purchasing the 15th expansion pack, now that items are rendered meaningless thanks to endless cosmetic overrides and cash shops, now that you can experience the new thing in the shortest possible time. Now,
if they ever sold a boost in old school RuneScape, I would quit. Straight up.
Now, the MMORPG has finally found success. would be something I say if I was a filthy liar. Of course, we all know the stagnancy the genre has been wading through for well over a decade now. The most popular MMO isn't growing, and those around it are either shrinking or simply existing. Except...
Don't lie, you would boost to 99 agility? Alright, that would be fine.
For one. If you've watched any of my videos, you're probably rolling your eyes. Here he goes again, talking about old school RuneScape, how it's a long-term MMO, how its progression is permanent, and that's why it's successful, and all other MMOs suck because he likes clicking on trees. Yes, and all of that is true, but today I want to take a step back. But before we get into that, I hope you don't mind if I take a quick nap. But I can't. Because like 1 in 3 adults around the world, I've had symptoms of insomnia ever since I was little. That's where the sponsor of this video, Mantis Sleep, has come to save the day.
The sponsor?
Or link in the description. Now back to the video.
That thing looks wicked.
A genre, the MMORPG, has sacrificed...
I actually use one of those sleeping masks. I don't know. I call it an Illidan. I use the Illidan when I sleep, but only when it gets really bright in the morning sometimes.
Its identity in favor of appealing to a broader demographic that has promptly rejected it. Today, games that have shortened their length and supposedly fixed their onboarding issues by speedrunning people to max level aren't more popular than they once were. For every step that World of Warcraft takes to simplify and simplify, clearly, no one new cares. Those who play continue to do so. Very few new people join, and those that have grown apathetic to the meaningless, cyclical nature of every new season will likely never truly love it again. Me included. We can appreciate certain elements like its exceptional combat system, but the game itself doesn't feel like it's made for us anymore. Old school RuneScape is the opposite, growing without capitulating to that kind of identity loss. Don't get me wrong, osrs has made its onboarding better. It's easier than ever to join the game and play it without some of the overbearing friction of ancient new player experiences. But they didn't do this through shortening its lifespan or its grind or its complexity and depth, but rather through tutorializing it in a more palatable manner. Think back for a moment, back to the old days, when MMOs didn't just sell boosts and give them away to skip all the old content developers spent a decade working on, when fixing onboarding wasn't just slapping an out-of-place nonsensical tutorial on top of an outdated product and calling it a day, when the process of actually leveling up was a tutorial in and of itself. I remember those days because I'm still living in them. That's some of the genius of how old school RuneScape has grown as a video game. In 2025, when a ton of WoW streamers checked out the game, the cynic watched all of this unfold and scoffed. Ha! You think that all of the flavor of the month WoW players will stick around with old school RuneScape after these streamers get bored and go back to replaying the same World of Warcraft expansion for a third time? How naive.
Damn, that guy's bald.
How pathetic. And they're partly correct, in that many of those streamers have since left to go replay the same WoW expansion for a third time, and maybe cope about how Classic Plus is actually going to be really good, guys, because yes, of course, Blizzard has totally showcased an understanding of classic World of Warcraft. I don't even have a joke here. Does anyone actually believe that? Anyway, those
Classic Plus is going to be so good. Classic Plus is going to be so good. Please, Blizzard, please. Okay.
And that's fine. Their journeys were incredibly entertaining to watch. We got some of the best content in years thanks to their ability to entertain and shed new light on the game's early and mid-game experience. But clearly, others haven't. That's why after their departure, old school RuneScape just hit a new player count peak, not just for itself, but for the IP. RuneScape is more popular today than it ever was. So it's fair to say that it's doing something right.
How many people playing RuneScape right now?
This is where we go back to what you think of when you hear RuneScape. Why do the grinds in old school RuneScape work, yet those in grindy Korean MMORPGs don't? What about OSRS grows while all of these other games either stay the same or shrink? Today, we analyze how old school RuneScape has forever changed the—
I'm ignorant, but is WoW Classic just a re-release of Classic? No. Nobody knows what Classic Plus is. But everyone thinks it's going to be like what Turtle WoW was, where it's a revamped Classic world, no flying mounts, new leveling zones, new quests, class balances, new items, new content. Maybe they're going to add things to the game, some things that work in retail. They're going to add them into Classic, like achievements. Hopefully no transmog. Maybe optional difficulties that don't give better gear, but they give prestigious cosmetics, very similar to like Zuckhelm, Radiant Oathplate, Blood Torva. Maybe they revamp professions to make them actually interesting and useful. This is all copium, by the way, and I'm making up all of this, but this is what I hope happens.
The concept and execution of number go up. To understand this, we need to collectively dispel some myths of old school RuneScape's skilling, particularly in how it works and how it compares to other MMOs. I often heard that the now defunct New World—
What would you recommend a lifelong RuneScape player to try out first? Don't play retail.
For example, aptly
Classic,
transposed
wow.
elements of RuneScape skilling.
Play
how
hardcore
its
Classic.
systems were akin to those—
Play hardcore Classic. And then when you die, keep playing. So start off with hardcore solo self-found. So play a hardcore Iron Man. And then when you die, keep playing. Transfer your character and keep playing. And then get to 60 and then try to do it again on hardcore. You'll like it.
Found in this medieval British point-and-click adventure game. And just look, you have mining, you have smithing, you have woodcutting and leatherworking, which is
See how far you can get.
Clearly, these are similar, right? New World was substantially less grindy, but it had the same interconnected feeling that RuneScape is so well known for. Except not entirely. I did enjoy skilling in New World. The professions were pretty well integrated and satisfying to level, but they are more similar to World of Warcraft than to RuneScape, and that's for one specific reason, or word. Interconnection as opposed to cross-pollination. Big words both kind of mean the same thing, but their application is very different. Most RPGs that have skilling systems have those skills interconnect with one another. If there's a mining, then there's probably smithing. If there's fishing, there's probably cooking, and so on. These are rigid connections, one-to-one, that logically follow through on a gameplay loop. Input, which is to say gathering, then processing, such as smelting or cooking, then output, a use case for what you just made. RuneScape does do this, but only in the broadest
Congrats on the
sense
Inferno Cape,
if you
Killmore.
don't look past the surface. RuneScape skills are more so cross-pollinated as well as interconnected. You still get fishing that connects with cooking. You still get mining that connects with smithing. But you also get way more alongside that.
You know, we're talking about cross-pollination, guys. I'm just doing Slayer today, but if I drop this down, this is like all the skills that I've gotten credit for from doing Slayer today. And maybe like one farm run. You know, I've made some potions, so I got Herblore XP. I've killed stuff with different types of combat, so I've gotten multiple different combat skills. I got some prayer XP from burying bones. Like, this is cross-pollination. You know, I've gotten a little bit of agility XP from jumping over shortcuts. Like, that type of stuff. Just from doing Slayer, I've gotten 10 different stats. So that's an example of what cross-pollination is.
Let's look at mining as an example. In New World, it naturally feeds into smithing, creating armor, weapons, and so on. This is split into different skills, but all of them yield the same thing and are done the same way, different methods of combat. On occasion, it also connects with jewel crafting, since you can find rare jewels through mining. Now, on the other hand, mining in old school RuneScape connects with smithing, sailing, fletching, crafting, herblore, prayer, construction, runecraft, and magic too. When I say the word cross-pollinate, I think of a dandelion, when all the seeds get blown away by the wind and scatter across an open field. In this case, the field is the skills and the dandelion is mining. The connections are not only far more expansive, but they also retain room for future connections. The systems in old school RuneScape allow for expansive growth of existing skills without utilizing existing precedents. What do I mean?
No, it would be sick in World of Warcraft if killing mobs would sometimes drop ores and stuff like that for skilling, like a small amount of them. So you could, instead of having to just only go and mine it, like there isn't cross-pollination in WoW. It just doesn't exist. So that could be kind of cool. The concept of that would be cool in Classic Plus if they revamp the skill systems. I would like that. Chess, yes. Chess have some skills, some skilling items like leather and such. That's a good example. But from just killing things in the open world or doing dungeons, it could be nice if you also got, if there was more of it. I like the way RuneScape does it. Like in Classic Plus, I want as much of RuneScape in Classic Plus as possible. So whenever I get a chance to mention it, I tend to do that. So you'll probably notice that, and that's just something you have to get used to. Because I love both of these games, and I want as much of like both of them to be into WoW as possible without ruining the overall framework of the game. I think theory-wise is on the same page too here.
I mean by this. Mining again. Clearly, it was created to feed into blacksmithing. To create.
Simplest, that is tech. That is the simplest way of saying it, is just make OSRS, but with WoW combat and movement. However, that's tougher said than done. But that's what I would like.
Your own armor. At this point, that is ironically the least common use for it. If you're an Iron Man, you may find yourself mining sandstone that you can eventually use as an ingredient to make molten glass, which is a great method for training crafting. This also connects with farming, as you need seaweed for the other ingredient in molten glass. You also use it for fletching, as you can mine amethyst that crafts into tips and then fletches into ranged ammo. It's used for runecraft as a way to mine the more popular Day-Out essence that yields greater experience, or mine these dense runestones for the unique Arceus training method. In the future, it may be used for even more. That's the open-ended, cross-pollinated mechanism that makes old-school RuneScape skills feel so intersectional. They are malleable, unpredictable, and as a result, become a lot more engaging to manage. In a different MMO, you could go out to mine for ore, then turn that ore into bars and smith them into items. A rigid one-to-one connection. There is very little else happening in or from that activity. Meanwhile, look at how many different areas are serviced by the act of mining in OSRS, which allows Jagex, the developers, to create situations where you are training multiple different skills simultaneously and through proxies. That's a way to make longer grinds feel manageable, but also an exciting point of management and forethought for the player. It's a lot more satisfying to progress 10 things at once and having the agency to choose what point of progression warrants more of your investment, as compared to doing one thing very slowly for a singular linear output. Simply put, having mining integrate into a dozen different things makes it never waste your time. As a personal example, I'm trying to max all of my skills. In doing so, I have already gotten 99 mining and stacked up a hell of a lot of molten glass to facilitate most of my crafting.
Somebody tell Theory-Wise that's not a lot of molten glass. I did 70,000 of those.
But I have opted to instead focus on runecraft as a skill, since the predominant training method I will be using is this Arceus one, which yields a small amount of crafting experience on top of the runecraft experience I'm earning. I'm effectively knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone, and coming up with that solution was really satisfying.
That's not a lot, but if he's already 98k, if he's 98k, then that'd probably be enough to get him 1 level. Or very close.
Management is another term I happen to love. I view RuneScape as a management game as much as I do anything else. The process of accumulating a host of resources and then spending them is extra satisfying when you know that many of those resources have diverging use cases. Virtually everything you earn feeds into more than one thing. After all, there's a reason all of the most beloved skilling activities, minigames, and bosses in OSRS offer a whole host of different kinds of experience rewards. Like in Wintertod, the fire-making boss, you gain experience in fire-making, sure, but also construction, fletching, and woodcutting simultaneously, while also having the output, the reward crates you earn, grant all kinds of supplies that feed into every other skill too. By doing one activity, the skilling boss, you impact every other future activity simultaneously. The number doesn't just go up, everything does. To further explore the depth of resource management, let's look at herb lore. In RuneScape, herb lore is the process of combining a clean herb with a vial of water, and then combining that new concoction with a secondary ingredient that can essentially be one of hundreds of different things, from spider's eggs to ground up goat horns. And based on that combination, you get a potion with unique properties that you can acquire for a short time after imbibing. What's fascinating about the process of just doing herb,
I think herb lore alone is more in has more like in depth is more in depth than like all of the combined skills in WoW. The skills in WoW are so in classic WoW, they're just so simple. There's like a total of 10 pots in classic WoW that you actually use. That's why I say that they need to beef up the skills and overhaul the skills in classic WoW. I hope they do.
Herb lore is that logically you'd expect it to be mainly an integration with farming, right? Herbs, you farm those herbs, it makes sense. And that is true, farming does play a large role in herb lore. But to farm, you first need seeds, which are obtained through dozens upon dozens of different activities. Killing creatures, just finding them, reward crates, whatever you do in the game has a chance of giving you some kind of seed. You can also obtain the herb itself in its grimy form, which you then must clean. Still, that's only one step of the process. If that alone was it, then the skill would effectively be no different than any other incarnation of alchemy in a video game. You get an ingredient and then create a potion out of it. But here, the mere existence of these highly bifurcated secondary ingredients that are spread across the entire game world creates what feels like 100 different routes to achieve any given point and any given potion, and therefore gives value to activities that would otherwise not have any. A great example is red spider's eggs, which are secondary ingredients most well known for creating super restoration potions, very valuable after you reach the mid-game. Obtaining these eggs is essentially a taster's choice, a selection of different options. You can
go pick them up off the ground like what I did forever. I didn't know you could boss and get these things. Bruh, I was picking up full inventories of these things, like 20 trips in a row and running them to the bank. It was awful.
Grind this unique method unlocked through the completion of a quest. You can kill spider bosses that have a chance of dropping egg sacs for a slower rate, but also have more rewards on top of that. Or you can just pick them off the floor anywhere that red spiders roam. And that's just scratching the surface. Bird's nests are an ingredient for the highly sought after Saradomin brew and are obtained through woodcutting, birdhouse runs, and even killing a giant mole and trading its claws and skin for nests.
That's probably what I'm going to do.
Filled with seeds for farming too. No one action in RuneScape exists in a vacuum. You're always progressing multiple things at the same time. Even more interestingly, this connection isn't one way either. The output isn't just about making your combat better, which it does, but also it connects back into the skills that serviced it in the first place. I genuinely can't name a single MMO that has this level of cross-pollination, and this is just one skill. The potions you create service combat, service prayer, they boost your levels,
not even close,
heal
man.
You, allow you to access unique areas, you name it. all of that begins with an aggregation of resources. Looking
That
at
is
your
true,
bank,
man.
fill up with supplies that you can then-
RuneScape has the crossover, like you doing multiple skills at the same time. No, RuneScape's got that on lock. No one else does that like RuneScape does. Any game I've ever played. It's very unique to old school.
Find use cases for, or at least determine what the use cases will be. This makes drops from creatures you kill multifaceted as well, where in other MMOs, drops may be considered fodder items, like they exist in World of Warcraft as gray vendor trash junk. There really isn't that in OSRS. Items have different values, yeah, and you may choose to pick some up and ignore others, but each item does have an actual purpose outside of like flavor text and vendoring. The feeling you get from constantly advancing not one, but dozens of things simultaneously is satisfying beyond belief. I really think that once you begin to understand just how many things are synergizing together behind the scenes, the process of gathering resources becomes one of the first sticking points of playing RuneScape. No other MMO even comes close to replicating this feeling. Many have skills and separate activities for those skills, but very few, if any, cross-pollinate them like old school RuneScape does. All of this is in service of excusing a grind. The idea is that the developers want their MMO to feel persistent, growing, and alive or populated at all times. To do this, you need long-term goals and reasons for players to play. Most MMOs have defaulted to the modern-day solutions, otherwise known as retention tactics. Less so a creative outlet for developers and more so a data analyst's wet dream. Daily rewards, immediate spikes in dopamine for just logging in, a participation trophy for paying to play. And that's because they can't demand a lot of time from players that are conscious that in 6 months, everything other than the cosmetics they've earned are rendered utterly useless. Because old school RuneScape facilitates long-term grinds thanks to both horizontal and vertical progression in the game, it can demand a lot of time from you as you understand that these are results that are meant to last. When someone says they don't have the time for an MMO, what they really mean is they don't want their time to feel meaningless. And in a fully seasonal soft reset type MMO,
if someone's like they don't have the time to play RuneScape, I guess it doesn't really matter, I guess, if you don't have the time to play RuneScape, because I mean, you could play the game forever, right? He is kind of cooking with that. Like, you could just play a little bit at a time forever. Game's not going anywhere, right? AFK on your phone. There are things that you can do in RuneScape or be doing while not even playing, you know, that is, it has a huge side of it too that he hasn't really even discussed. So though it's a huge grind, it's a forever thing. Like, you keep your account forever. It always maintains its progress. You can also play while you're busy, which I think is pretty cool. So that's why, I mean, the RuneScape is just has these things that other games just don't have. And why is nobody copying it? I don't know. I can't figure that part out. OSRS equals best dad game? True.
it will unless you're speeding through the content and have time to waste. Those MMOs end up seeming abandoned and empty in the latter half of every season, which is effectively like half a year. Meanwhile, in an MMO that offers long-term persistence, the time demand is easier to sell. I think that most of the people who look at the grindiness of OSRS and say, I'll never catch up, I'm an adult with responsibilities and 55 children, I can't dedicate this much time to do X, Y, and Z, are incorrectly applying their standard for a theme park MMO to the curated sandbox nature of OSRS. Once you understand that there's nothing to catch up to, that unlike in other MMOs, there are people at every point in the game. Everyone isn't just huddled up in the single relevant tiny little new continent created with the recent expansion. Players are out in areas created 20 years ago as often.
Yeah, I mean, in retail, WoW, you can feel behind because you are. In RuneScape, you're not behind. or in front of anyone. You're just at the point in the game that you're at, and that's all that's it. There really isn't any rush. You're just experiencing the game one time, especially if it's your first time playing the game. So you just experience it at your own rate. Like there's no hurry. It's a forever game. It's not going anywhere. And WoW, like you miss one box and now you're behind on item level. And it just feels bad in retail WoW.
As they are in areas created today, because the pool of content in this game grows deeper with time, not just wider. Since there's nothing to catch up to, you never feel rushed to pursue something. It will always be there. It will always have value, and it isn't just cosmetic. That's the second unique tenet of this exceptional progression system. It taps into the most beloved elements of RPG progression, becoming more powerful. Unlike in MMOs like Guild Wars 2, where most of the endgame is in a pursuit of cosmetic
That's one of the
rewards,
best parts. Yeah, it is,
OSRS
Pure
blends
Spam.
horizontal utility-based progression with vertical power progression and has retained that forever. I think it's fair to say that the skilling in old school RuneScape is the most prominent identity of the game. Without skills, virtually nothing about RuneScape would hold the weight it does. To put it in a different way and frame it around the most cliche possible example in video game analysis, skills in RuneScape are akin to the level and world design of Dark Souls 1. I know. Crazy, right? What I mean is, that's how ingenious the creation is and how difficult it is to replicate. You can copy the length of the grinds, but copying the integration, the cross-pollination, much like copying the layered depth of Dark Souls 1, is a feat not even the creator of the game has managed to do since. That applies to both Dark Souls and to RuneScape.
Damn, is Dark Souls 1 that, like,
now that we
is it
understand
goated?
what about skill design warrants grinds, let's go even deeper. What makes a skill good in old school RuneScape? You may be misled to believe that I am nothing but sunshine and rainbows about this game. It is my favorite MMO after all.
Y'all saw the Brighter Shores reference. He also called out Andrew Gower right there too for not being able to recreate RuneScape. Sometimes they just create a masterpiece on the first try. That happened with RuneScape and Classic WoW. A lot of the magic and stuff that happened in Classic WoW, the game devs admitted they just got lucky with that. Like that's pretty insane.
But that isn't the case. There are many issues with OSRS, even with a feature as ambitiously genius as its skilling. Much like in Dark Souls 1, you have the first half leading up and through Anor Londo, a tour de force of level design, essentially the most perfect RPG ever created, in my opinion. And then you have the latter half of Dark Souls 1, and that's not as good, let's just say. The same applies here, for as successful as the skills are, they aren't without myriad flaws that the developers have begun to slowly chip away at and try to fix. To begin to break down how, where, and why, we first need to understand the different kinds of skills in RuneScape. You have combat skills, those that increase your combat level, a one-to-one calculus for your character's innate strength not associated with external properties like weapons, items, and armor. This encompasses skills like strength, attack, prayer, defense, ranged, and magic. Magic is a bit unique here as it also acts as a focal point of utility, but more on that later. Then you have gathering skills, which are self-explanatory. They are zero input, meaning you don't require a constant influx of something to engage with them. Mining, for example, just requires a pickaxe and motivation to click a rock. By and large, they offer the slowest progression in the game because they aren't balanced around having an input. Everyone effectively does them the same way. Then you have artisan skills. These are the opposite. They require an input, and therefore their experience rates are balanced around first needing to obtain an item through gathering. Put simply, they are much faster to train once you've gathered the necessary materials. Experience rates often double or even triple that of their gathering counterparts. Finally, you have support or utility skills, those which don't easily slot within any category and are mostly there to service other utilities in the game, including other skills. They are the hardest to design, but also are the most interesting innovation of RuneScape. They only exist because of the cross-pollination between skills. Due to the unique economy of systems and items, there is a lot of space for skills like
agility should not exist. There you go, I said it.
These to have their own unique progression paths and supportive capabilities. But because they are so difficult to design, they are also the most mixed in their quality. Most recently, Old School RuneScape released its first new skill, Sailing. Instead of sticking to something simple, like a Gathering or Artisan skill, Jagex prompted to create a new support skill and make it the largest one ever. Something that synergizes with almost every facet of the game simultaneously. Sailing changed everything, at least in a minor way. After all, it's just one of 24 others. It does this not through the act of sailing itself, as that is a form of transportation, but rather in what sailing unlocks. I reckon to analyze whether sailing has been successful thus far, we need to break down what makes a skill good in RuneScape. As a quick disclaimer, this is naturally my opinion and analysis, so feel free to disagree.
Oh. Okay, I'm under the opinion that fire making and agility should not exist. Have you guys done anything with sailing since you hit 99? Do you ever need it? No. Did it just feel kind of like forced in a way? Because I'm looking at it like, I don't need this skill for anything. You know what I mean? It's kind of just there. 100% force. They changed the vote threshold. It felt like leagues, you do it for a bit and then move on. It did not mix in well with other skills. So sailing is not... Number one, sailing needs... You need to need it, I guess. I think there's got to be some reason you need it. Otherwise, it's like, why is it there? And I don't have a huge reason about like why I need it right now. So there's no reason for me to do it. And then number two, the cross-pollination of skills has got to be there too. Like if I could level my agility while sailing, because it's basically just water agility anyways. Like why am I not getting agility XP for sailing around in circles? I feel like that should just be some kind of cross-pollination there. And then number two, there needs to be like some item that you get that's biz, right? Or like very, very good. Otherwise, I don't understand why anybody would do it. All right, let's see if Theory-Wise mentions sailing.
A good skill in OSRS needs to inhabit the following properties: progression, diversity, output, and intersectionality. If a skill manages to tick more than half of these boxes, then it's doing at least something well. Before we dive into sailing, let's just map this standard onto an established skill we discussed earlier, mining, just to see how it stacks up. Progression. Mining has a limited amount of this thanks to its original purpose as a gathering skill that connects with smithing, being an irrelevant connection today. This is one of the most persistent issues with skills in Old School RuneScape. The game has evolved since 2004, but many of the skill's most foundational purposes haven't, thanks in part to a player base that was originally frightened of change, and one that persistently seems to ignore how power-crept a lot of those foundational purposes have become.
The main thing that makes sailing feel separated is because it literally is. It's not on the mainland. So it's not something you're interacting with unless you want something specifically sailing related. Things that connect them more will be added over the years. It can't be as interconnected with other skills are because they've all been out since the release of OSRS. I guess. I mean, I think that they could. I think that they could have woven other skills with it a bit more. But that being said, I'm level 60 sailing, so you gotta take everything that I say with a grain of salt about sailing because I haven't done it. I can mainly go off of what you guys have to say about sailing because I'm level 60 and most of my XP is done from AFK salvaging and Tears of Guthics. So I've totally avoided the skill because I haven't felt like anything in sailing was worth the amount of time invested to get it. Sailing would have been cool if we didn't already have teleports everywhere. Slayer, farming, construction, and hunter were not there from the start. True. They've woven the skills together very nicely over time. Maybe over time, they will also weave more skills into sailing. If they could find something maybe with sailing and agility, sailing and rune crafting, that could be pretty sick. Because a lot of people tend to not like agility and rune crafting, so there's definitely a gap there that could be filled with cross-pollination. If Jagex wanted to, you know?
Progressing through all the different ores doesn't feel particularly satisfying because the vast majority are pointless. You are stuck on the second tier iron due to it being the best experience rates, and are more often than not funneled into the Motherlode mine, which flattens the skill into a single environment. Modern day additions, such as those mentioned earlier in the video, have created exciting unlocks for mining, but the original purpose continues to be ignored. Mining services smithing last, which feels weird. So when it comes to progression, it's a bit of a mixed bag. It's easy to assume mining as strictly connected to the skill it is often associated with, yet it does anything but, and as a result, I'll give it half credit. And the more physical progression, like the pickaxes you earn, aren't super exciting, but they're something, and at least today, there are a various number of outputs for engaging in the skill. Diversity. How many training methods are there, and are they worth it? Are they fun? Mining is similar to woodcutting in that it features you doing the same thing, clicking a rock, just in different environments. But thanks to how ubiquitous something like the Motherlode mine has become, it feels even less diverse. This isn't helped by the fact that the process of mining itself is outdated. The original method just isn't fun, it's not engaging, it doesn't feel good to do, and on top of that, it's resource competitive, meaning that you are disincentivized from mining around people. This is solved through modern training methods, such as Motherlode Mine, but also isn't super satisfying. What really saved mining here is how many environments have been added since, and how thankfully diverse the process of mining feels within those environments, such as Dealt being a way to train runecraft through mining first. It can also be tick manipulated, which is an advanced method of training that requires much higher APM for around 2.5 times more return. Once more, mining gets half credit here. Output. As we discussed earlier in the video, mining is a mixed bag of pointless outputs that no one mines for, and a collection of rather nice paths for achieving goals. For example, prayer was a skill most often trained through active farming of dragons and other monsters that drop special bones that one can sacrifice for great prayer experience. But ever since the newest continent release, Varlamore, that has evolved. Now you—
Mining to get prayer was a genius move, by the way. Mining the calcified rocks, you get mining and prayer XP, like those were two skills that were very slow to level, and prayer was a big thing for Iron Man because you can't buy bones. So prayer was very slow, and that was like a genius move. Chat, I need a genius move right now. We're gonna finish this video. I'm loving this video, by the way. I got blue dragons on Isle of Souls, 163. Do I skip this task with points? I have 240 points right now. I could skip, or I could block. I could skip or block, but I don't think Blue Dragons has high weight. We're thinking a skip, don't block. Okay, we're skipping for another task. 143 trolls south of Mount Quitamortum. Is this Mount Quitamortum? Cox Bank. Here it is. South We could just kill trolls down here. All right, let's try to cannon trolls. I'll try to find them really fast. Let's go, let's get it.
You can engage in a low input method, mining bone shards in Camtorum. It's a slower method, but it's also relaxed. It's a blend of passive mining and prayer experience. On the other hand, things like amethyst certainly give acceptable utility for mining deep into one's progression. Once more, mining gets half credit here. Maybe this was a bad skill to pick. Intersectionality. How does mining influence the game itself? In this case, I think full credit is warranted. It's a very, very useful skill once you strip it away from its original intended purpose, smithing. Outside of that, it manages to influence half a dozen other methods and utilities that make the game a lot smoother to play if you aren't engaging in the economy. With mining out of the way as clearly a skill that is outdated in input and modernized in output, a utility or support skill, like agility, faces different issues.
Yeah.
Agility fails in all 4 of these tenets because it simply doesn't integrate into the game. There isn't a tangible act of agility. Instead, it is disconnected from your playtime. There are no multi-training methods, no unique outputs, no tangible effects. The original purpose of the skill was to extend one's run energy. It allowed players, once trained, to spend less time walking and more time running. The utility is transportation. But over time, as the utility side of the game's transportation progression has been filled out, you begin to realize just how pointless this is. There are shortcuts you unlock via teleports and quests that are far more influential. Magic and construction become transportation hubs, while agility fails to do the one thing it was invented to do. Additionally, its influence over run energy is rather minimal, especially after around level 50. This is made worse by the fact that the only tangible output is an outfit that increases your run.
The only way I will ever accept agility is if it was as fast to level as fletching. That's the only way I'll ever accept it.
Energy restoration, which you actually have to wear to
once you get to 99, your run speed never drops.
Gain the effects of. So the only time you're really feeling agility as a point of progression is when you consciously wear a goofy outfit that functions with it. If that weren't bad enough, the training methods, i.e. the diversity, is lacking. There are 2 methods for training agility, and most others have since become outmoded or aren't used enough to hold any water in a player's consciousness. There are rooftops, where you spend half your time watching your character do static animations, climbing a banister, jumping off a balcony or something, and the other half clicking between those animations. Doing this method makes you want to jump off a balcony. It's in this depressing spot from a training method standpoint that all the worst skills are, like Hunter cough cough, where it requires barely any attention but isn't meaningfully AFK.
Yeah.
And then there's the
That is the worst. Is because I can't AFK it. I don't care how bad a skill is, as long as it's 1 click every 5 minutes. It does not matter to me. If it's AFK, it's okay. Agility is 1 click every 5 seconds. And it's like 50k XP an hour. And it is miserable.
Hollowed Sepulchre, a wonderfully designed piece of content that surprisingly puts the skill in skilling, demanding players understand the unique movement mechanics of old school RuneScape to avoid all kinds of traps, all the while descending the floors for a final reward. It is one of the hardest activities for skilling in the game, which is also its biggest flaw. Not because that's bad, in fact, high-intensity skilling methods are amazing and should exist for more skills, but because it really isn't worth doing. The amount of experience you get is dependent on if you loot the coffers found throughout, and the loot you obtain is the reward, because the experience rates are rather terrible if you do choose to engage with that mechanic. Only when you ignore the loot do you get more experience than just clicking and watching the animation on rooftops. So for 50 times the effort and skill, you are rewarded with like 20 or 30% more experience per hour, only if you sacrifice most of the rewards. A 300-hour grind becomes a 250-hour grind that is also harder to do and requires more attention. A really weak sell.
Not
it's
good
like
enough
if
for
doing
me.
bossing content tuned down all
No
of your
deal.
experience gained in combat for some reason. Something Jagex has consciously been doing the opposite of with recent
Raids 4 should give rune crafting XP and agility. I'll say it.
boss encounters buffing your gained experience, likely a way to incentivize actively playing the game. Sadly, the issues with agility continue. The marginal difference between the mind-numbing non-AFK dogshit of rooftops and the high skill intensity of the Hollowed Sepulchre also prevents the developers from adding new agility training methods too.
You know the thing in Cox that just gives you like 15k Herblore XP? They need that as a rare drop from Raids 4, but you can do it for agility and rune crafting.
There isn't enough experience reward space to create a medium intensity method, and the agility rates are so low and the output of the skill is so minimal that there isn't room for an AFK method either, as it'll always be considered the best. Agility is a lose-lose-lose type of skill, one restricted by
You could put the Cox one on agility, perfect.
A lack of
More of
forethought
that.
and
They need that in
reward,
every raid.
poorly integrated with unlockable shortcuts that barely feel faster than just running, and an outfit that has slowly lost its presence in the game. This is all brought to a head when you realize Herblore has more impact on your run energy than agility does. Stamina potions effectively nullify your run energy depletion for a couple minutes, making them a more impactful unlock for run energy than anything in the skill created to impact run energy. While I'm sure we can all think of ways to fix this, this video isn't about that. For reworking agility, that may come in a future video, but I think it's important to recognize that the way to fix something like this isn't just to buff experience rates, but rather to reconsider the output. What can agility give that feels more tangible and, even more importantly, motivating to actually do? Anyway, to finally go back to old school RuneScape's newest skill, sailing. I have been a proponent of it.
Give agility XP while running and just make it really, really slow? I would say yes to that. I would vote yes to that.
Ever since I heard of its impending release. It's a cool idea that had both fair and unfair criticisms levied at it before it even released. I covered many of these in older videos, so feel free to check those out. So now that it has finally actually been launched, did it work? Is it good? Am I disappointed? No, I'm not. In fact, I put it in the A tier in my skilled tier list video, which you can find on my second channel, Theorywiser. If you're wondering why, let's just apply the existing methodology above. As a utility skill, sailing was created with the intent to prioritize a unique progression system. The game can't just all be better armor and weapons to hit harder, and sailing is evidence of this, as you unlock new boats and upgrade their hotspots, their utilities, their hulls and masts, and all that kind of stuff. It's a simple but effective progression system. There is a tangible difference between a starter hull and a mahogany one. You are noticeably faster, an effect agility could only dream of. In addition to this, the progression doesn't exist in a vacuum, as it impacts the rest of the game thanks to all the new islands that have been added into different oceans. Oceans which you can only access through upgrading your boat and doing some of the quests. Some of the islands are small, housing a couple unique features, while others are far more valuable, such as this late-game Frost Dragon Island that provides one of the best new prayer training methods in the game. Upgrading your boat is like finding a new key in a Metroid game. It unlocks areas that you might have seen but couldn't access before. While there is a slow start, levels 30 to 87, which is the bulk of an average player's time with any skill because most people don't pursue max levels, is some of the best skilling in the entire game. That is most true with the second tenant, diversity, where sailing inhabits a larger diversity of training methods than any other skill on release, from the explorative charting of the seas to the rather arduous and boring courier missions to the AFK salvaging and my favorite, the Barracuda trials, and adaptation
my favorite
of
is the
Hollowed
AFK salvaging.
Sepulchre. But like, actually balanced. Shout out to the designers too, since they created an entirely new method of movement and then understood their creation well enough to develop something as tightly designed as these trials. It took Jagex.
Whose favorite thing is the trials? What is going on theory-wise? There's something wrong with theory-wise, guys. He likes water agility but hates agility. I don't understand.
2 decades to understand movement well enough to design something like the Hollowed Sepulchre, and that's with player aid. Barracuda trials were designed preemptively. That's a feat in and of itself. The trials actually give an exciting amount of experience too. Alongside these standard methods of training, there is also ship combat, which honestly is a pretty large miss thanks to how tedious the process is and how slow it feels. That's the weird side of this whole thing. They understood the depths of movement well enough to create a water-based Hollowed Sepulchre, but were strangely conservative about the depths of combat on land, and weren't able to adapt it to sea in a satisfying way. Additionally, there are multi-training methods too, like trawling.
Trials are decent XP. I see a lot of you guys saying that the boringness is justified based on the XP per hour. I guess I could get behind that. If agility was like 300,000 XP an hour, it wouldn't be that bad. But because it's 50k, it's like, dude, it is like just mind-numbing, bro. So I guess I could get behind sailing in circles as long as the XP is justified.
A rather unique blend of fishing and sailing that is at once novel when requiring you to follow a shoal while simultaneously catching its fish, and frustratingly tedious due to the other portion requiring your eyes to be fixed on the game's UI more so than anything else. And all of this is not even counting the new methods available for training different skills on new islands, such as this new hunter training method where you catch crabs. I never thought I'd say this, but it's a hunter training method that I actually enjoy. While not every new thing for sailing is great, the diversity is undeniably impressive for a first release.
Catching crabs.
Over the years, I can see the skill improving the problematic training methods and eventually becoming an S-tier addition. The output of sailing is similarly focused around the 30 to 87 range. There isn't anything exciting past the late 80s, but that's fine as it gives room for future reward space that responds to player demand. What I love is that the progression and output feed so harmoniously into one another. You may unlock an island with a new hunter training method, as I mentioned, which feeds into a new herblore potion, which feeds into a new quest, and that feeds into a new farming location with new kinds of ingredients. The output of the skill isn't binary. It's not just a resource, it's the ability to unlock dozens of new resources. The grandest success of sailing was how much it improved other skills. And that's the point of a support skill, right? It has evolved the outdated and gave what once was without value new value. It's a testament to the consideration the developers put into its release. That's why the output and sailing's intersectionality are so.
What skills did sailing make better? Did I miss that? Wood cutting. That's right. You got better trees to wood cut. It made construction better? Herbalism, prayer, con, and woodcutting. Arma brews are great for herblore XP. How did it make construction better? It's better than mahogany homes? It's an AFK construction method. I have not heard of this yet. Well, I mean, yeah, you level up your boat and you get construction XP. The repair kits you make. Almost on release, you could AFK construction and sell it and almost break even. It's more for mains. Okay, I'm thinking from an Iron Man perspective, so the mans, you guys have to chime in and tell me. what the tech is that you're doing there. Frost Dragon, Magma Worm are really good Slayer monsters. I wouldn't say that it made Slayer better, but it definitely gave you options as an Iron Man for the Aqua Knights, which at some point I might unlock just for the prayer pots.
So thoroughly connected. The long grind to max level wasn't particularly painful because every unlock had a proper impact and caused me to consider more than just the process of sailing itself. But that's really good too. Something I took note of rather quickly is that the act of sailing is pretty great. The animations are snappy, responsive, and even strangely immersive for a game that is as antiquated visually as old school RuneScape. The process of lugging up salvage with your crewmates on the high seas is such a harsh juxtaposition to mining some ore or hopping between rooftops. There is this true sense of improvement. The skill feels like a real skill ought to in the world it inhabits, as opposed to agility that is trained through activities that wouldn't otherwise really increase your agility. Why does jumping on balconies make you more agile while dodging boss mechanics doesn't? Overall, sailing was a tremendous launch.
Give us agility for doing combat, please, Jagex.
Plagued with expected issues that aren't large enough to not fix. As a skill, it's already one of the best, and it didn't even need to go through 20 years of iteration to achieve that. The reason we just went on such a extended analysis of skills in old school RuneScape is because through understanding their successes and failures, we begin to recognize why RuneScape is so unique in the MMO space. It's not just because of horizontal progression. It's not just because stuff is long or grindy. It's not just because the number goes up. There's something more there. If it were as easy as recoloring half a dozen mobs and sending players off to kill them, then more MMOs would be successful. A lot of the community often says or jokes that the method of play on offer is laughably simple. Chop a tree, then do that again over there. But that's not it either. It's almost accidental how much of this game's core systems seem to service long-term play. For example, a game with high fidelity, AAA graphics, and super intense combat is not really serviceable.
Chat, how am I getting 0 agility XP for doing tick-perfect moving methods in Cox and Godfly and stuff like that, but I'm not getting agility XP for that? That's a good point, man. Theory-wise is cooking today.
Grindy and long-term, because it demands your attention 100% of the time, something you certainly don't want to do if that attention is spent on endlessly repeated actions. Because old school RuneScape can run on a Game Boy Advance and is formatted around point-and-click gameplay loops, you can keep it running on your computer while playing other games. You can create low-input training methods and high-intensity, high-skill combat simultaneously. Funnily enough, old school RuneScape does just that, because it's also the hardest MMO I have ever played as well, which sounds crazy to everyone who hasn't ever played it. That's why I would never want RuneScape to go WASD. The heart of the gameplay doesn't ask for that, nor would the game benefit from it. If you had to chop a tree for 150 hours in World of Warcraft, that would suck. The game doesn't have enough systemic depth to facilitate cross-pollinated skilling and is resource-intensive enough to not warrant much AFK time. It doesn't have the ability to be like RuneScape, which is why I sometimes find myself balking at the comparisons made between New World and all the other MMOs that have put more effort into their skilling platforms. It took a fraction of the time to max all skills in New World as it does to max a single skill in old school RuneScape. The journey is, by comparison, pithy and short. It has to be. I can't play New World on my second monitor even if I wanted to.
6,000
hours.
hours.
I can't edit a video while trying to mine. Some MMOs, like Final Fantasy XIV, opted to create a more creative approach. Instead of long-term grinds, they facilitated a more engaged gameplay system for crafting and gathering. Other MMOs may take from RuneScape the barest of its foundations, yet neglect the depths of its systems. Believe it or not, you can make a point-and-click adventure game like RuneScape, but it takes a lot more talent to envision a reason for people to actually point and click. It seems like MMOs have given up on that, the dream of a persistently populated world, one that expands.
How would you feel if max combat in WoW took 2k hours? I'd be fine with that. As long as they adjust the way that you interact with mobs. Right now, you can't really hit a mob that's 4 levels higher than you, 5 levels higher than you. You definitely can't land any shots on unless you're a hunter. If they changed everyone's combat to the way that hunters interact with mobs, I think it would be fine. Like if I can hit a mob that's 10 levels higher than me, I just don't hit it very hard. I think that that's okay. I wouldn't mind that as much. But with the way that it is now, it would be terrible.
One that evolves and transforms that you can spend years in without break has died. Maybe that's good. Maybe in the long term, that is the only way the genre can continue to survive, even if it is in as meager and visionless a form as it exists today. But I don't want to believe that. Games are the most popular medium on Earth. More people play video games than watch movies and TV shows. The myth that a genre is too niche, too small, has long since been debunked. Hardcore RPGs like those of From Software's catalog have sold tens of millions of copies. What was a hyper niche like a complex CRPG now has Baldur's Gate 3. To pretend like MMOs have no option other than to file down their souls into facsimiles of live service arena games is just not true. People do have the time for an MMO, a real MMO, not an MMO Lite or a $60 boost to max level.
This is the World of Warcraft at 10:45. We're still installing it. We plan on playing for at least 12 to 13 hours. We're going to document it. So
we're going to document it?
What?
More than 12 to 13 hours.
Good call.
That's me, bro. Dude, guys, this is me. On the CRT monitor, installing my 3 discs of WoW to play vanilla at launch. I just bought the game midnight at GameStop, and I'm about to play all through the night until I can't play anymore. It's going to be so sick. This is like one of the most nostalgic days of my life is like the launch day of WoW. This is so sick.
So why don't you show the people what you got today? You got the collector's edition. We will check back in a little bit. What level are you done?
Level 5.
The
On the
perception
Warlock
and
laptop, bro.
expectation has just been manipulated over the years. Speed and endgame aren't and shouldn't be the only goals.
Were you bald in 2004? No. What the hell?
Things disproven time and time again by a silly, grindy British MMO from 2002. I hate to say it, but MMOs are meant to be grindy. That's
yes,
the
they
point.
are.
That's how the world continues to survive and
stop making vertical progression MMOs with pay to win and level skips. Stop it.
Live and thrive after you log off. Yet with all of that in mind, we need to acknowledge that there are good grinds and bad ones. It's up to us to distinguish and separate them. But who am I to say what the future looks like? It could be that nothing changes or that developers finally start to tap into the identity of the genre instead of recoiling away from it. I really don't know. What I do know though is I have trees to chop.
Same. I'm not going to do it though, unless I'm AFK.
Thank you for watching.
Good video,
and a
Theory-wise.
special thanks to my channel members who help support this passion. If you want to join them, feel free to do so down in the description below. I'll see you next time.
Awesome video, Mr. Theory-wise. Basically, what he was trying to say, guys, if you missed that video, is that RuneScape is a good game. It's a long game, but it's a good game. And even if you can't play long time, long game's still good. Because long game horizontal, so you never behind. And you never behind means you never need to worry because nobody ahead of you. And it no matter if you far in game or not, because it is forever game. And you play forever because it's fun. That's what he's trying to say. And also, you play lots of different game in one game at the same time as maybe doing one thing. You get more XP for multiple things from doing one thing. Isn't that good too? That's a TLDR. That's how I understand it. And game fun play, so I play fun game. What do you guys think about that? Me agree. How are you so good at talking like that? I mean, I'm just like pretty good at using advanced words type shit. But if you, some of you guys need to stop being mad because me play fun game differently than you. I just have fun in my own way, you know, and there's no right way to have fun. If you have fun different, I have fun. No reason to change the way I have fun because you think I need when I don't. All right, people have been saying new soup video, but what is it? I spent 19 years hunting RuneScape's rarest item.
Third Age, the rarest set of items RuneScape has to offer. Some of the items go for an absurd amount of gold, billions of GP.
Is he really a clogger? Don't even tell me my friend Soup is a clogger. I think he is. It's all right, guys. I'm friends with a clogger. I'll admit it.
This Third Age pickaxe, the most expensive item in the entire game, comes from a master clue and has a street price of 12.4 billion. But man, is it rare. The odds of getting a piece of Third Age from a master clue scroll are 1 in 13,616. But ever since I started making YouTube videos under the name Third Age Film, it's been my goal to get as many pieces of Third Age as possible. With some new discoveries and time to get and complete the master clues, I've managed to stack up more master caskets in hopes of getting some Third Age. Now, I've made 2 videos attempting to get Third Age already with wildly different results.
Chat, I just want you guys to watch me get this giant rock slug abyssal heart real quick. Just for the documentation. Here it is. Are you kidding me? All right, back to the video.
One of them made me very happy, the other very, very sad. Definitely worth checking out. I had been hunting a piece of Third Age for almost 19 years until last year I opened 750 hard caskets and finally got one. A Third Age plate skirt, my first ever Third Age item. I had fulfilled my prophecy and officially laid the name Third Age Film to rest. But I realized afterwards that the Third Age item I got, a Third Age plate skirt, was the only item from a hard clue added to the game after 2006. The plate skirt was added in 2019, which means I still have never gotten a piece of original Third Age. The items I was hunting all the way back in 2008. That bucket list goal still has not been checked off. And while the item was a cool 55 million GP, it was nowhere close to the billions of GP I could have gotten from some of the master clue pieces of Third Age. That alone has me motivated to keep grinding out these clue scrolls. But something else happened not too long ago that has also motivated me more than ever.
So the Third Age plate skirt is kind of dog. It's not even good. It doesn't even get you billions.
One of my best friends, Framed, a guy who I've been making videos with on RuneScape for 15 years, also did a Master Casket opening video not too long after mine and got not one, but 2 pieces of Third Age in his opening.
No
What's
shot.
even crazier is that I called him getting his first piece of Third Age.
Let's see some Third Age, baby. Please.
Oh my God! And then he called himself getting a Third Age axe, one of the rarest, most expensive items in the entire game.
I'll take a Third Age axe from this.
Oh my God!
There's no way.
Not only did he one up,
I don't believe anything these YouTubers say. They could have done that in the editing. How about you do it live? Huh, YouTubers? Take that. If it's not on Twitch, Kick, or YouTube Live, then it didn't happen.
not me, he 2-upped me, blew my opening out of the water. And as much as I love my Third Age plate skirt, I'd really like to get her a brother or sister. So today's plan, Operation More Master Caskets in hopes of getting some more Third Age, and in hopes of getting my favorite pet in the entire game, the Bloodhound. If either of those things happen, today will be a success.
Bloodhound goes crazy.
So why do master clues compared to something like hard clues, which are faster and easier to complete? Well, hard clues have a drop rate of 1 in 16,250 for a Third Age piece.
Chat, really quickly, just going to compliment Soup on his music choices. They are always top notch, and I don't know what the hell he's saying right now, but I'm interested because the music choice is good. And that's just good storytelling.
Okay. The rate from a Master Clue scroll is way higher because you can get pieces of Third Age that you can't get from another clue tier, and you can get pieces from previous tiers like Elites and Hearts. This drops the rate down to 1 in 13,616. And with how expensive the items are from Master Clues, it's definitely worth the extra time it takes to complete them. In order to receive a Master Clue scroll, you need to turn in an easy, medium, hard, and elite clue to Watson. In the first video of my Third Age series, I made it my goal to get these clue scrolls in the most cost-efficient way possible. I pickpocketed easy clues from hand members, got mediums from ice warriors, hard clues from hellhounds, and elite clues from burning Urium remains. This was a great way to get all the clue scrolls because I made money in the process of getting them. But the downside was it took a long time to get them all, a bit too long for my liking. So this time we're changing some things up. The fastest way in the game to get clue scrolls is to loot implings. You can buy them in bulk on the Grand Exchange and spam open them super quickly. Gourmet implings give easy clues at a 1 in 25 rate, and eclectic implings give medium clues also at a 1 in 25 rate. The downside is this method can be quite pricey. On average, I need to open 25 Gourmet implings to get an easy clue. Accounting for the other loot I get, that means I'm spending around 50,000 GP for one easy clue. Eclectic implings are about the same. On average, it costs me 55,000 GP for a medium clue. But look how fast I'm able to get them. Since I can loot so quickly, I get the clues extremely fast. It takes me less than a minute usually to stack up 3 easy and medium clues. Getting these clues, pickpocketing hand members, and killing ice warriors takes me around 30 minutes, so this is a massive time save. In the grand scheme of things, I actually don't think the cost per clue scroll is too bad for these easy and medium clues.
is
okay,
insane.
So what about the final 2 types of clues I need?
Anybody in the chat just feel like they were born for Mainscape, but they chose Iron Man? I don't know if that's anybody out there right now, bro, but I'm definitely not thinking it at all right now. You know what I mean? I'm definitely not thinking it at all right now.
Hard and elite. Opening implings for these two are out of the question. On average, it would cost me 690k per hard clue from a ninja impling and 13.9 million GP for an elite clue. Absolutely not. But don't worry, I have a plan. Last video, I collected 750 hard clues by killing warp jellies in the catacombs of Kourend. Almost 50,000 of them. One of the items they also drop are dark totem pieces, which, when combined, lets you enter the lair of the boss Skitizo. Skitizo is awesome because when you kill him, you are guaranteed to get a hard clue scroll. It's a 100% drop from him. And since I stacked up so many dark totems killing jellies, I essentially have a surefire way of getting my hard clues. But that's not all. He can also drop elite clues at a 1 in 5 rate. Well, for us, it's actually 1 in 4. One of the perks of completing the Elite Combat Achievements tier is a 5% increased chance to receive an Elite Clue Scroll from all sources except implings.
Bro, I like watching Soup's videos because he's teaching you. He's like teaching you about the game as well as like showing you the method that he did. Like you could learn a lot from this, from his videos. And I also learned a lot on his videos because He always shows you the methods, like the rare money makers and stuff too. You can learn a lot from those.
It took me a week or so of grinding to unlock this tier, but I figured it would be worth it for that extra chance of getting some elite clues. And one more thing, Skitizo has one of my favorite pets, which I've always wanted. He kind of just looks like a dope Pokemon to me. I don't know, I really hope I get him. I have 50 Dark Totems saved up, which means 50 guaranteed hard clues, which is really nice. On top of the clues, he drops other loot as well, which should make this grind pretty profitable. If I need more hard clues, I'll just be heading back to Warp Jelly since they have a fantastic drop rate of 1 in 60. They're AFKable, and I'm notified every time I get one with the Clue Scroll Notifier plugin.
Clue Scroll.
So hot. Now, I invest a ton of time into doing these clue scrolls, just like I invested in one of the best purchases I've ever made for my overall health, a mattress from Helix Sleep. Helix make premium mattresses and bedding that are customized to fit your needs and are shipped right to your door. Guys, we spend up to a third of our lives in bed. Having a mattress that helps you restore and regen is so important, especially after something like a long workout or gaming session, which is something we all do. What I love about Helix is that they offer something called the Helix Sleep Quiz that matches you with the perfect mattress. Just answer a couple of simple questions and you'll be matched with the exact Helix Sleep for.
Yo, shout out to Helix. If you need a new mattress, make sure you get it from Soup's link. Yo, Sea Lion, thank you for the 8 months. Thanks for the heroic midnight carry. GG, see you next expansion. Sheesh, Sea Lion, thank you very much for that prime. I appreciate you, bro. Well, I'll probably see you in Classic Plus, man. Hopefully you'll be playing some Classic Plus, Sea Lion. Mr. Keck, thank you very much for the 4-monther. We'll see. I think Classic Plus is coming out on December 12th. I've been calling December 12th all year, so we'll see if I'm right about that.
For sponsoring today's video. Now, when it comes to grinding out the rest of the elite clue scrolls, I'll be heading back to my favorite method of collecting them, Urium Shade Cremations. You're looking at roughly 2 elite clue scrolls per hour on average doing this method. A Urium Remain runs around 6,500 GP on average, and you'll need a Redwood Pyrolog to burn it, which costs around 4,000 GP, so roughly 10.5k per cremation. Burning the Remain gets you a gold key, which you can use to open the gold frame chest down in the Shades dungeon, and each chest averages about 12.3k in loot. That works out to just over 1.8k profit per key. Now, every time you burn a Remain, there's a 79% chance you get the gold key, and the remaining 21% of the time you get somewhere between 2,000 and 7,000 GP in coins, which puts you in the red. But the returns from cracking open chests with current prices just squeaks out some profit. Alongside some decent GP gains, you're also pulling in some amazing XP rates for fire making and prayer. With the Mauritania Heart Diary completed, each cremation grants 750 fire making XP and 180.7 prayer XP. The catch is you'll need 95 fire making to do this, but these days with Wintertod and bonfires, that doesn't take too long to get it all. If you throw in some tick manipulation, you can crank through 300 to 400 Urium cremations per hour. Usually I'm totally against any kind of tick manipulating, but this one is actually fairly chill. I got 8.3 million fire making XP and 2 million prayer XP doing this. That shot me up to rank 8.3k in fire making and rank 2.9k in prayer in the entire game. I am still so f***ing cool. The elite clue scroll drop rate from gold keys sits at 1 in 139, but don't forget that elite combat achievements perk, that 5% boost to elite clue rates, brings this down to 1 in 132. Knowing that I'm coming out ahead on virtually every key and that an elite clue scroll is never too far away made this grind actually fairly smooth and fun. Okay, so we have our methods, Implings for easy and medium clues, and Skitizo, Jellies, and Urium Remains for our hard and elite clues. Now it's time to get to work. Opening Implings, killing Skitizo, killing
Music
Jellies,
is a little bit loud here, though.
Remains, finishing the master clues. I'm going to have to grind harder than I've ever grown before. Let's get to it.
You could barely hear him over that music there. Rip my VOD, boys. Chat, rip my VOD. I don't know. We might have to mute this song. That's 100% going to rip the YouTube video. Soup has got that connection with some website where he pays for these like really popular songs. This is definitely getting this stream today is definitely getting DMCA'd on YouTube. I'm gonna have to spend some time afterwards deleting songs from the stream now.
I should name him. used to take me around 20 minutes to finish a master clue, but one simple change cut that down to under 10, and that's always keeping an efficient 3-step clue banked. If you're doing masters, you need to be doing this. Sometimes during a master clue, you'll hit a 3-step. 3 tasks that you have to complete before getting your next step. A bad combination of these steps can easily eat up 10 minutes on its own, but not all 3 steps are created equally. Some individual steps take 20 seconds, others minutes. I'll link a spreadsheet below that breaks down exactly how long each possible step takes. What you want to do is keep doing master clues until you land on a fast 3-step. One where most of the steps are near the top of that sheet. Mine takes about 56 seconds in total. 14 seconds for step 1, 24 seconds for step 2, and 18 seconds for step 3. For reference, the Dragon's Eye step alone takes 150 seconds. Once you find a good clue like this, never complete it. It lives in your bank permanently from now on. Now, when you get a new master clue, drop your good 3-step on the ground, then start completing the new clue scroll. If that new clue gives you a terrible 3-step that would take 5 or 6 minutes like this one that I just got, you can now skip it entirely. Drop the bad 3-step on the ground and pick up your good one off the ground. Then complete those fast steps until you have all 3 pieces in your inventory, but don't combine them yet. Go back to where you dropped the bad clue, drop your good 3-step back on the ground, pick up the bad one, and now combine the pieces. It'll complete the bad 3-step.
Cloggers, am I right, guys?
The only minor downside is you can now only stack up to 4 master clue boxes in your bank, and you'll need to juggle clues on the ground occasionally, but they have a 1-hour despawn timer. That is a tiny trade-off for a trick that saves you 10+ minutes per master. With the addition of sailing, some more master steps were added to the game, some of which are found on islands that you have to sail to complete. I gotta say, I know some people don't like them because you have to hop on your boat and sail, which actually takes
There you go, Cloggers. You guys got some new tech now.
I actually feel like I'm adventuring around the game to complete this rare clue scroll. I mean, come on. That's what the journey is all about.
Oh, god dang it, Soup. Are you blasting my VOD again? Damn it, Soup. Guys, every time I watch a Soup video, my VOD's just getting blasted, bro. Absolutely slammed. Copyright, copyright, cop away. Gotta mute the video today.
One of the grind. Wow, that's pretty lucky.
All right, we're back.
Okay, let's go over some numbers
Screw
from this
it.
grind before we open.
We'll mute the VOD after.
Opening Gourmet and Eclectic Implings was 10.2 million GP. I got a bit unlucky with how many I had to open, but it wasn't too bad. Here's what the loot looks like from our 50 Skatizo kills, 50 hard clues, and unfortunately, only 10 elites. I should have received 12 since I have a 1 in 4 chance of getting one, but it looks like my luck went towards getting the pet. Not once, but twice. That's about a 17.55% chance of happening. Wish I would have gotten a few more elites, but hey, that's 1 pet secured in this video. Hopefully we can get the Bloodhound later as well. The rest of the loot added up to 8.9 million GP, which was a nice bonus on top of the clues. For the elite clues, in total, I burned 8,493 Urium shades to get 63 elite clues. In total, between the Urium remains and the Redwood Pyrologs, I spent 89.1 million GP. The remains that gave us GP instead of keys totaled 8 million GP, and all the loot I received from the chests added up to 82.5 million GP. The final total, 90.5 million. Subtract that from the initial costs of the shades and pyrologs, and we're looking at a final profit of
1 million profit.
Million GP. This used to be way more profitable, but margins have tightened a bit, so it's not as good as it used to be, but hey, profit is profit. Even though we lost 10 million on the Gourmet and Eclectics, the profit from Skatizo, Warp Jellies, and the gold chests were enough to put us in the green for this grind. A little over 1.1 million GP profit. What's great about this is that means that all the loot from the Master Caskets are going to be pure profit, so hopefully we'll be walking away with a solid upgraded cash stack. Time-wise, thanks to how quickly we got the easy and medium clues from Implings and the majority of our hards from Skatizo, it significantly cut down on the collection time. The bulk of the grind, as usual, comes from getting the elite clue scrolls.
Twisted Bow in the guild
but
chat.
That was to be expected. I would say this was around a 70-hour grind to get these 73 Master Caskets. It's finally time for another Master Casket opening. Can I get another piece of Third Age? Can I get the Bloodhound? Can I one-up Framed after his incredible opening? It would absolutely make my day, just like 100 new subscribers would as well. If you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button. We're going for 500k by the end of the year. Thank you. We've got roughly a 3.17% chance. Let's see how this goes. 73 Master Caskets starts now.
Third Age first clue right here, Stefan.
Yes! Dude! Not bad, though. Not bad.
Like, that's not bad.
It's okay. 800k.
I'll be cape.
And Third Age next clue.
Okay, and we're back to dog. Oh my god.
These are not great so far, I'm not gonna lie.
What would you want more, a Bloodhound or like a really good third age piece?
Like a third age piece would go really hard because if I get like an expensive third age piece, then I can afford gear and make more money. The Bloodhound will come because I'm gonna keep doing Master Clues, you know, so.
Oh, fair.
Yeah.
I think GP wise, it probably, ooh.
Ooh, the Gwish kit.
4.5. 6 clues in and we get an Anguish Ornament Kit. This item is worth 4.2 million GP. I opened 100 Master Caskets a few videos ago and never once got a loot above 1 million GP. What a start. That's the most expensive clue I've had in a long time. That is very good.
That's a good Master Clue opening right there.
We take that. And we're done.
We're done.
Nothing. Clues are a scam.
Another Clark.
Oh.
I'll put it on for good luck.
Put on that hat. I feel like that hat's all you too.
Oh, the lovely clipping, dude. I'll put on the hat too, the Arceus hood. Oh my god. Bando's Godsword, 3.7.
3.6, wow. That's so f***ing good.
The
Let's
GP's
go.
finally coming in on these masters. We love it. Another ornament kit, this time for the Bando's Godsword worth 3.4 million. Reward-wise, we are blowing any previous openings out of the water.
Oh!
Another Anguish!
Oh! Dude, but it's a...
Printing.
The money coming in. This is a complete opposite of the first master open I did. I didn't get a single clue above a mil.
Yes, you've already gotten 12 mil.
There's a guy here called Ravenclaw, which is I think that's my Harry Potter house after I took a quiz. So this is extra good luck. Mimic!
Mimic, yes, that's
do
good,
it.
that's good.
Beautiful. Okay, a Mimic. Mimics are very
Does anything
good.
come
A quick
good from
reminder of how they work.
mimics?
So whenever you open a Master Casket, there's a 1 in 15 chance that turns into a Mimic. The Mimic is amazing because it basically gets you a free bonus roll on top of your normal Master Clue loot. Here's how it works. So when you kill a Mimic and then open the Master
They're the
Mimic
best.
Casket it rewards you with, you still get your normal 5 to 7 reward rolls from the regular Clue loot table, same as any other Master Casket, but on top of that, you get 1 extra roll from the Mimic's own drop table, which has a massively boosted third age rate. On a normal casket
Massively
roll, your chance of
boosted
any
third age rate
is 1 in 13,616. But that Mimic bonus roll, 1 in 228. That's roughly 60 times more likely to third age on a single Mimic roll than on a regular single roll. The Mimic reward has such a boosted rate because the loot you get rolls from the Mimic drop table, which has 5 very
I didn't know
common
any
drops
of
that you
this.
see right here, or you can roll every single piece of third age. Whenever I do get third age from a master, I've got a feeling it'll be from a Mimic. Kev, if we can become third age chest brothers.
I'm feeling a third age pickaxe right here for you, man.
No. The Mimic adds a little extra reward for you, 15 raw manta rays. Wow.
No.
Thank you so much, dude. Unfortunately, we only got 15 raw manta rays, which is pretty worthless.
I kind of wonder, like, would Soup still make this video if he didn't get anything from it? And he's like, all right, guys, that's the video. Didn't get anything, but maybe we'll get something in the future. See you in the next one. Would he make a video like that, or would he only make it if he got something? I guess we'll find out here.
Another Mimi. And third age.
He has
He's got
before?
600 death runes.
I have a bad feeling I'm going to get a third age ring this video. I don't know why.
Oh,
Okay.
double! It's the bad one.
Hail of the
Hail of the
gods.
How is that only 600k?
I mean, I can't complain so far. Like
2 collection logs, though.
The Hail of the gods is sick, though. Look at this one.
2 collection logs is big.
Oh, yeah. Oh, another one.
Ooh.
Jungle Demon Mask.
Oh,
Demon Mask.
I like that one.
Oh, this is the OG, yeah, the OG Greater Demon.
That's yeah.
I
that's
love
the
that
best
one.
mask.
That's so nice. Okay, over halfway. Ooh, Armadillo
Okay.
Godsword
Oh.
ornament kits.
Damn.
Dude, the kits are going crazy. Mimic?
Mimic, call it. What do you think you're gonna get?
I think I want to match your third age axe so hard. Like, that'd be so sick, honestly. Another Anguish Ornament kit.
again. We take it.
Three Anguish Ornament
All right, that's like
kits.
15 mil in kits.
3 Anguish Ornament kits in 45 clues. The odds of getting 1 are 1 in 142. The odds of getting 3 in 45 is only 0.37%. That is super rare, but you know what's crazy? That's not even close to the rarity of getting a piece of Third Age. Those odds sit at 1 in 2,250 or 0.044%. That truly shows how absurdly rare Third Age is, even from a Master Casket. And that really shows how absurdly insane Frame's opening was when he got 2 Third Age pieces in 33 caskets. The odds of that happening are 1 in almost 2.6 million. I'd really love some of that RNG for the rest of the opening. And we're back to it. And we're back to a Mimic.
Dude, it really wants you to get Third Age so bad.
This Third Age ring, I feel like, is looming over my head, honestly. Yeah, this is probably a Third Age X.
Probably is.
There it is. Oh, I thought there was another Anguish.
Tormented. That would have been crazy.
Please, Soup, get Third Age. Please get Third Age.
I'm gonna bow to the Mimic chest for good luck. Oh!
Oh no, I hope that didn't use up any of it.
That just used up all my RNG. I should have been bowing, honestly, before.
You literally just used up all your RNG.
I just used up all my RNG. Come on. I mean, I feel like this has been a really great opening so far, but I need that item. I need the Third Age.
You've been getting a lot of money. You've been getting a lot of money, dude. That's great.
These are extremely profitable so far, so. 17.
It's all right. Still plenty of clues left to be opened. Still plenty of clues.
How many clues left?
17.
Oh, that is not
Insane
good.
amount.
Oh boy.
Maybe take your time.
Ah, this happened last time too, where the last like 15 were just god awful.
I think you milk these last few.
How do I milk them?
Just take your time on it and think about
How
it.
do I milk them?
Well, you only have 6 left. What happened?
That's plenty. That's plenty of clues.
What? I just had 13.
Come on.
No, it's not happening, bro.
Come on, bro. Just anything. This is the one. This is the one.
Okay, the final 3. No. I still have the Mimic, but
last one.
This is the last regular one.
Last one.
man.
Oh my god, right here.
Good luck, dude.
Oh,
Scam game,
Press
bro.
it hard enough, I don't think.
You gotta
Scam game, no
Whatever.
features.
This Mimic.
I've saved one final Mimic chest as the last casket. Can we end this opening with the moment I've been wanting for so long, or do we go dry again? It all comes down to this.
I like that you're ending it with a final battle.
Yeah.
This is
Final
really
battle
sick.
for Third Age.
It does not get more intense than this.
The orchestral music in the video right now.
Wow, 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 wow.
No shot he gets it on the Mimic. There's no way he gets anything.
I'm nervous.
I'm not gonna open in front of the chest.
There's no way.
I see you go somewhere weird.
I think we go to what's the least used bank in the whole game, we think. I think it's the Miscellanea bank. I think it's this one right here.
Yeah.
Miscellanea bank?
Among them,
Yeah.
for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this, you are in early on the new meta to teasing your friends when it comes to opening clue scrolls. All you have to do is get up your map, and it will hide.
When did that bank get added? It's always been there. I use it a bunch.
Which I will be doing
whenever
for
I forget
this
my rake.
is I will be getting a rare item.
I feel so teased right now.
What we don't want to see
no
is
bow
yellow.
knife.
No yellow at the top because that means it's a stackable item, which is not good. There's
No stacks, no
no
stacks.
money in stackable items. I feel like I would
Chat,
see
did
yellow.
Damn,
by
is
the
Soup
top.
really about to get nothing and then end the video with nothing?
Oh
no.
Wait, it could still be at the bottom.
Oh, this is terrible. Nobody. It's the 25 wines of Zammy are the bonus item.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait,
left.
okay, one.
Please.
No stack. No stack.
Bottom left is not a stackable item.
Please below.
But I feel like I'd see. Okay. Black.
It's a
pixel.
master scroll book. It's a master scroll book.
What do we
You know
think
that
that
from
black?
1 pixel?
What is that black?
Yep.
You know that from one
That's a
pixel?
master scroll book.
That's actually a master scroll.
How did he know that?
Master scroll book. No.
Freaking
All
settled.
right. Well,
Another big opening, but still no Third Age and still no Bloodhound. The 73 Master Caskets we opened made us a bit over 39.2 million GP. So on average, each Master Casket was worth around 538k. This actually isn't too bad, a bit above average actually when it comes to just the normal Master Casket loot. I also once again got pretty lucky with Mimics. 8 and 73 caskets is a great rate.
Soup
We've
would
also
make a
increased
video
our
where
Master
he
Clue
gets
collection
nothing.
log count up to 30 items now out of 49, but that's not
You
really
were
the one
right,
I care
guys.
about. I care about this, the Third Age. The silver lining is at least we did come away with some profit, a bit over 40 million GP this time. I think I'll take that every time, and I know exactly what I'm gonna do with it. It's going right back into all the items I need to keep grinding out these Master Clues. One day I'll finally get that rare, expensive Third Age item to add to my collection. I have no plans on stopping. Also, I lied. I have one more Master Casket I've been saving for the end of this video. Oh my god. While we did get an awesome pet today in Skatizo, I'm still hunting that elusive Bloodhound. I know this grind is going to pay off in an amazing way, and I can't wait to share that moment with all of you. Next video, I think we attempt our largest Master Clue opening of all time. I'm already working on getting that stack going again. If you'd like me to do some different methods to grind out the clues, let me know. Maybe I'll do a big hard and master opening so it's best of both worlds. Make sure to leave a like on this video
There's
and
no
subscribe
way.
so you guys don't miss when that video drops. It would mean a ton. If you liked this video, make sure to check out my other 2 clue scroll opening videos on screen now. Thanks for watching.
GG. Soup. Good luck next time, brother. Unfortunately, Soup got absolutely nothing from those clues. But you know what? He got a pretty cool video out of it. So, what else can you do? Guys, look at this shark. Why is this shark coming at me this entire time? It won't stop trying to get me. Look at it. He can't get me. He's an idiot. He doesn't know that he's a fish and that he can't go on land. What a dummy. If you're just tuning in, we are speedrunning a Konar block list, which I almost have enough points for after this. I need a rope. And we're going to deposit all of these. I'm up to 343 Slayer points, which is enough for 4 blocks. Enough for 4 blocks-ish. And then I only need 7 more blocks total. And once I hit the 50, we'll definitely have more than enough. So we're almost there. But unfortunately, I haven't gotten a Hydra task yet. I did about 20 tutorial skips last night. Did not spoon a Hydra. Haven't gotten a Hydra task thus far, but at least after today, we'll have the block list set up and we're big chilling. So we'll be setting up our account up for long-term Hydra skipping. Honestly, I wish I would have just gotten enough points and set up all of my block lists earlier on. It's tough to have the foresight to know that you're going to need to do that for every boss when you haven't done a full playthrough of the game yet. Probably is a good idea to like not break your streak, and you just point boost until you have all of your block lists set up, all of your features unlocked. Someone's probably already calculated like the number of Slayer points you need before you can reset and then tutorial skip forever. I also spent 1,000 on the helmet for swag, which may or may not have been a waste for purely a cosmetic. Do you guys think that 1,000 Slayer points was worth it for the cosmetic? Swag is never a waste? Okay. All right, you guys are reassuring me there then. Of course. Okay, perfect. Because like I was a little bit like, I don't know if it was worth or not. We could have got the Slayer. We could have got the Hydra block list first. It's better you bought that one than any of the others. I like the Araxor helmet. It's my favorite color scheme, I think. I like the green and orange because the orange matches the Gwish. And then the green fangs match the Rancor. The other color schemes, I didn't like as much. Orange and green match both the necklaces. KBD was the one that I was going for, but I ended up not liking it as much. I tried them on. So the thing is, like the new Fashionscape plugin allows you to try everything before you go after it. Before I had that, I always wanted the KBD helmet. Then when I actually tried it on using the Fashionscape plugin and I looked at what it would actually look like when I was wearing it, I did not like it. So Fashionscape has changed the game. Everyone's going to be wearing an oath plate. Everyone's going to be wearing an oath plate looking Slayer helm soon. I guess that's cool if you have the oath plate to match it. Last skeleton here. Dude, I just killed a skeleton and my number didn't go down. Okay, and then... Okay, you can't call Mazna before the skeleton dies. Otherwise, it queues the skeleton up until you stop talking to Maz. That is weird. You actually have to wait for it to register as a kill. Are you Rendy? I am not Rendy. Rendy has a level 3 account. Yeah, so it'll still act like you have 1 kill left if you call Mazna too soon. You have to like wait for the XP to drop before you call. Don't you want the highest tier Slayer Master for 350? So once this number gets to 39, then I will do 1 task from Konar. And that'll give me the most amount of points. It's 90 points. For every 10. Every 10 Slayer tasks you do, you get 90 points. So you do 9 Maznas, which gets you like 57 points or something like that. And then you do 1 Konar, which gets you 90. So you end up with like 140 something points every 10 tasks if you're Mazna skipping. You have block list for Mazna? We do. We got the full block list for Mazna, the full block list for Kuradel, and we are 2 blocks out of... We have 2... I think we have 2 blocks out of 8 now for Konar. So I need 600 or 500-ish points total. To finish up the block list. Yo, what's up, Star? Just started my new Iron Man account. Goal is to speedrun So. Pay my due at CG so I can join your clan. Chris, we will be waiting for you, bro. My hope is that you spoon CG, brother, when you get there. I don't know if it's your first time playing, but if it's not your first time and you want a more accelerated route or anything like that, Bodhi gets to So in like 12 days straight, and he's got an insane guide. If you want to check that out. Mazna better than Turiel? Yeah, Maester. Mazna is statistically better for points per hour. Especially if you have a block list set up on her. So you do 9 Mazna, 1 Konar. And I'm working on my block list for Konar now that I'm doing Hydra. Still no Hydra task? No. I tried Turiel skipping last night for like 2 hours and didn't get one. I was trying to get one so we could have a Hydra task today for the stream. But it didn't happen. So then I asked chat, I was like, what do we do? Do we keep Turiel skipping, or do we just Mazna point boost and get the block list set up? And everybody said block list was the better way to go. What's great is that we've almost have it. So we will definitely have the full block list, and then we'll be able to Turiel skip from now on. And then we'll have 8 different tasks that are blocked. So it will have a much higher chance of getting a Hydra task now from Konar. When you don't need Hydra, you probably want to do Dura every 10 and then Konar every 50. Yes. That's the way I used to do it. Because I have my block list set up on Duradel already. So you would have a chance of getting a non-crappy task. Like a more chance of getting a non-crappier task. But since I need Hydra, it makes sense to just do Konar every 10. The Dragon Hunter Lance is going to go crazy for Cox. I do want the Dragon Hunter Lance. I don't even have a Hosta yet. So in this order, I want the Light Bearer so I can get a Hosta, so that I can get a Lance, so that I can solo Cox and get a Dex. That would be my ideal order of things. If I get any of those out of order, then I will probably immediately rush and go get the other thing that I'm missing. You don't need a Light Bearer to get Hosta. It makes it a lot easier to do. I tried farming Krill without it, and it's not as easy, but I didn't have double Death Charge at the time. But if you have double Death Charge and Surge Pots, it might be slightly easier. However, Light Bearer just makes the grind way better, because then you always have the Scobo specials to like freeze him. Or just get spooned to Dex without any of the previous requisites. Wouldn't that be nice? Crawling Hands, we got an easy one for the last task. You gotta love that. Hit the Slayer Tower with the boys, and hopefully we get a Superior. It is kind of my dream to get an Abyssal Heart off of a level 8 hand. That would be the ultimate spoon in the game, I think. Oh! No! Chat. No way this happens. Oh my god. That would have been disgusting. That would have been disgusting. One of these days, I swear, man, that'd be so sick. Well, you have to keep in mind that this is like, I'm almost towards the end of my Slayer grind, guys. So I'm not going to have many chances like of getting superior monsters once I finish, Cerberus and Hydra. Like once I set up this block list, I'm just Turiel skipping for Hydras. Like I'm not doing bursting tasks anymore. So the moment this block list is set up, I'm not getting any more superiors for a long time. So this is the only chance I really have of getting a heart. Maybe ever. I don't know if I'll ever do the grind. So if I don't spoon one like right now, then I might not ever get one. With just the way that I play the game. Smokes or bursting task for heart. Oh! Another one? No way. What dropped? I didn't get any loot at all. Scam game, dude. That was probably the heart, and the game files just didn't register. Absolute scam game, no features, bro. At least we're getting a Hydra task right now. On the 40th task in the streak, we get the Hydra. Trolls in Keldagrim. The hell is Keldagrim? Keldagrim entrance. It's north of the Slayer Cave. Can we cannon? Blast furnace. I'm about to use my last 500 cannonballs on this. I got 600 cannonballs. And 2 expeditions bracelets. Please be a cannon task. Please. Surely it is, right? Is this them? Is this them? Oh no. Guys, is this a skip? Is this a skip? Are you starting streams earlier now? No, just today. Do we have any expert Slayer Masters in the chat? 130 of these, no cannon, no multi, boys. I don't have any TPs left. We do have enough points to skip because we're going to get 250 on top of this for the next task. And we're going to get 90 plus 50. We're going to get 150 plus 250 for the complete. So we are going to be well over the 600 required to block the rest of the tasks. Unless do I have two blocked already? Or one block? I have 2 blocked already, so we only need 550 points or less, because I think it's 80 per block. So we have 6 blocks for 80 each. We're gonna be very close. We're very close to having enough points already. I'm gonna skip trolls. We'll see if we get something else. Necreals in the Slayer Tower. Can we burst those? No. Skip. Dang it, we're burning our points here. Wait. Is Necreals a block? If we block, we're not wasting points. These are the ones I had written down to block. Necreals are good for superiors. I'm probably never doing a Necreal task from this boss. Did you postpone Serb or is that done? No, I finished my Cerberus task. I was wondering, do you get a Hellhound task from Konar ever? Because if I did get a Hellhound task from Konar, I would just do it. If she... Necreal's only weighing 7 here. Wait, 7 is a really high, really high weight. Konar weight list. Does it give you the weight list? Filter by weight. What? Calphite is a really high weight. Metal dragons, drakes, worms, abyssal demons, black demons, bloodvelds, cave krakens. Yeah, Hellhounds. You can get a Hellhound task from here. Greater demons and Necreals is not the highest weight. Calphites are a good block. Calphites, fire giants, cave krakens, bloodvelds. These are all good blocks. Save 1 block slot for Cerberus. All right, we're skipping Necreal. Damn it. All right, please give me something here. Cave Kraken's a block. That's a block. Not a waste, not a waste. That's okay. If we get blocks, it's okay. It's not a waste. Drakes, that's another block. We're okay. We're okay. Okay. Not bad, not bad. We have enough for 1 more block. Hopefully we get either block or easy task or Hydra here. Dagonoth. Catacombs, Dagonoth is bursting. We got a burst task. Let's go. Now we're gaming. Could have been worse. Could have been worse there. Okay, we have Expeditious Bracelet. We're going to deposit everything I'm wearing now, and then we're going to go with Burst List. Keep that on. These will automatically aggro. We'll configure that for bursting. And then I need the magic cape. Ancients. Easy. My bone crusher is out. I need to refill my bone crusher. I should do that. Dagonoths drop bones, right? I have plenty of bones. I could just do this really fast. So we take the bone crusher. We ecto. We take 12 bones. We take 12 dragon bones. Is it 12? No, it's not 12. You need the Ghost Speak amulet? I'll just do 12. Because 12, I think, will get me a full inventory. I think 13 is the maximum, but I have a couple items in my inventory. You're going to get the meal and the slime here. And then we could run 2. We claim here. I could have done 13, actually. And then what do? We hit the worship right here. And then we collect the tokens after. It gives you 60 tokens. You use the tokens. There it is. Nice. And then I could do that. I could do that one more time while I'm here, and then just run another 12 Dragon Bones. Dragon Bones give a lot of tokens. Yo, did you get Radiant on Leagues? Can you get Radiant without Karen? Because I didn't take Zaya. Let's go with 13. Claim here. Perfect. Oh, we get prayer XP for this too. All right, that's 3K charges now. We're big chilling. You could do this every day if you needed to, but you rarely have to fill up your bone crusher. All right, our block list is coming together on Konar. Not bad. Withdraw this. Wear this. Deposit that. Let's take out this. We're going to need that. We don't need those. Maybe like 2 prayer pots in case we run out. Oh, I have 2 wards now, so I'm going to have to get used to looking at 2 of those there. Unless I sacrifice one. I could easily sacrifice one. Yeah, when's your next Iron Man YouTube video? May 13th. Can you make the Bone Crusher necklaces? If you get the item from Hydra, yeah. You need the Hydra tail or something like that, and then you convert your... Oh, you can alch the extra reward for cash. That's true. They do alch for quite a bit of gold. Okay, defensive spell, Ice Barrage. Let's wind these up. Oh. Man, can you guys believe how much Slayer bursting I did? Without Ice Barrage, I used the lower one the entire time. We finally ended up having enough money to be able to burst on Slayer tasks. Or to Barrage on Slayer tasks. Took us a long time to get enough money for this. You did Ice Burst all the way to 99? Jesus. It is a lot faster with the Barrage. Let me get my energy back. I did off-task Barrage Necreals from 94 to 99. How are you off-task? That doesn't make any sense. Off-task doesn't give Slayer XP. Are you talking about magic? Necreals was decent money, so you were bursting them off task. That's tragic. I was doing something worse though, so I can't even make fun of that. I was doing Monkey Madness 2 caves bursting to level my magic. Because that's the fastest XP per hour. That way I could get into the Inferno quicker. And then I had no money to buy blood runes when I got there. That was tough. My plan was not fully fleshed out, guys. I'll say that. Did nobody warn you? I don't know. At the time, nothing really mattered to me besides getting the Inferno Cape. I just really wanted it. So I wouldn't do it again, but I didn't regret it at the time. I burned through 100k death and blood. It took me 6 attempts for my first one. Same. It was about 100,000 death runes, 50,000 blood rune. And 25k soul runes. For like 20 days of Inferno with a few attempts a day. With like 3 attempts a day. It was a lot, man. And then I didn't have any money at the game. I was super, super broke. And I didn't have rune crafting yet either. So we had to rune craft to get our blood runes. And our death runes too. Actually, what I ended up doing was I ended up doing CG to get money to buy death runes. And then I would True Blood altar craft the blood runes so I could do more attempts on Inferno. But hey, you know what? That's why everybody's RuneScape journey is different, you know? Everybody's got their own path that they follow. No one's will ever no two RuneScape journeys will ever be the same. It's an infinite possibility. Brimstone key? Can you get anything good from a brimstone key? Not really. You can get dragon arrows in there? That's good. Yeah, dragon arrows are really, really good on iron. There's just such a finite supply of those. I don't even know how you would get dragon arrows. Like, if you specifically needed dragon arrows on an iron, I don't even know what you would do to get them. You go back to CG? That would suck. Veil totems? Oh no. Desert treasure 2 bosses? That wouldn't be that bad because I do need to farm those anyway. I do need these snapegrass seeds pretty badly. Snapegrass is surprisingly one of the hardest things to get in the game. Snapegrass seeds. I'm also not convinced that planting snapegrass is faster than just going to pick it up. Like, from the last 25 farming contracts, I've gotten maybe 8 snapegrass from the last 25 contracts. You can get snapegrass from Miscellanea? How? Dude, there's one thing that I'm always out of. Raynar snapegrass and snapdragon seeds. I plant them as soon as I get them, and then I never have it enough. How many contracts have you done? Is there a way to see? Does a farming contract show up over here? It would be sick if there was like a search feature over here. It doesn't tell you what tier of seed pack that you did. I'll just scroll down till I find it. All right, seed pack 746. I got 263 snapegrass total from 246 seed packs. Or from 746 seed packs. That's not 700 packs, that's 700 pulls. I have 912 snapegrass and 516. Yeah, I don't know what the hell you guys are doing to get snapegrass, bro. I think I just have really bad snapegrass seed. Not sure. Once you go back, you have to check your farming completed at the guild. How many contracts? I'm looking at the seed packs, but I'm not really sure about the contracts I've done. You downgrade your contracts? Sometimes, if it's a really long contract or something that I don't have, then yeah, I will. I've got 1,000 snapegrass seeds from 1,200 packs. So you've got about a 4 times rate of what I have on average of getting snapegrass seeds. After this, we can go to the farming guild and check real fast and see how many I've gotten. But I'm telling you guys, I've just been really unlucky. Like, I'm crazy dry on snapegrass seeds. My farming contracts never give snapegrass seeds. Matter of fact, farming contracts for me have just always felt like a waste of time. They just never give anything good. A 34 total Raynar seeds from them. I've been sitting on a maple tree contract for 4 months. Sometimes it'd be like that, guys. A lot of my recent packs were from Doom Spirit Seeds. Same. Yeah, Doom is, it's nice when you get Spirit Seeds from Doom. I like to thieve master farmers. I tried that, bro, and I was failing so much at my level. I'm 77 thieving. All I was doing was failing the whole time. And I was like, this is not it, I don't think. Until a certain level, at least. Okay, we're up to 231 points now, so we could block... We can almost block 3 more tasks. So if we did 2 Maznas, we could do 3 blocks. But if we do 9 more Maz, 1 Konar, then we'll be done. with Slayer points forever. I have a watermelon contract, so I could do that right now, and that's a tier 3. Dang. One of my watermelons died. I've got 565 Snape seeds from packs. You have more Snape seeds than packs. How? I also have more seeds than packs. Okay, I'm starting to understand now why people say to do contracts, but like I've done contracts, like hard focused them, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get Snape grass from this, and I just didn't get any for like 20 plus contracts, and I'm like, this is so dumb. Watch, guaranteed. This is a level 3 contract. Maple tree. I have a magic tree. Guaranteed no Snape grass here. Told you. We got one Raynar though, that's big. Alright, so you can talk to her and ask her. How many farming contracts have I completed? 168. Okay. It's not a lot. Spirit seeds, I turn those in as soon as I get them. Well, I do have one actually. Boom, no Snape grass. These 5 Snape grass are from Dagonoths. And hobgoblins from today. I killed some hobgoblins. Got some Snape. I killed some Dagonoth and got some Snape. What would you guys do here? It's a maple tree. Would you downgrade since I have a magic tree pre-planted? Or would you chop down the magic tree and plant a maple? Oh, it's a chop down. Never mind, it's not pre-planted. All right, we can get a we could plant a maple. Good to go. Always pre-plant maple. Always pre-plant you. Pre-planting anything above maple is ballsy. We should probably pre-plant snape and watermelon. Over here. If you pre-plant maples, coffer yew seeds. You coffer your yew seeds for death money. That's not a bad idea. Okay. All right, we just did our daily contract in the farming guild. We're crushing it. Pre-plants are online. Okay. We have to swap this back to NPC contact. Deposit everything here. Withdraw that. None of those in one of these. And I need expeditious. Pull up Turskip. There we go. Dual ring. And now I need to change my book. Do you have an ADAS planted? Yeah, it's planted right now. Well, it might have died. Oh, eyesore. Which one do you want planted? The ADAS is huge for snapegrass. I'll have to farm those. I'm not gonna lie, I just don't like farming. So I just don't do it enough. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't play the game in a way I don't enjoy. It's tough for me. I do as much as I can, but I try to do it off stream. I did 2,500 contracts before retiring as a farmer. Nice. Farming's my favorite skill. I don't mind doing the tree runs, but once I got to 90, I was like, I'm not doing tree runs anymore because 90 was like the final tree, you know? All right, let's go lunar. This is the final round right here. We're actually grinding today. Today was a day of grinding. Rock slugs. I need to get rock salt real quick from the bank. Think of them like chores? Well, that's why I still do it. I just don't do it all the time. Like, I don't clean my toilet every day. But I still clean it every now and then, you know? Farming Cape also gives extra urban stuff. Oh, farming Cape gives extra yield? Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, there's a reason. You can find a reason to do everything in the game. But what I have an issue with is the amount of time that you have to commit for what you get. Yeah, it's all good to have, but is it worth it to me personally to put that much time in to gain X amount more from whatever I'm doing? And for the most part, most of the really high end stuff is not worth that time commitment. However, I could do tree runs once a week, and that would probably be worth. All right, 1 second. Let me lock in here. Salt. Rock slugs are Fremenic Slayer Cave. Can you really think like that as an Iron Man? The only way I got to this point in my account is because I mentally convinced myself that I wouldn't have to skill anymore if I got all of my skills to a certain level. That was the only way I was able to get this far on my Iron Man. And for a lot of that, it's kind of true. But it's not 100% true. But for some of it, it's kind of true. I think you might need some thieving levels. Can you give me the context to why you said that sentence, sir? Why do I need thieving levels, sir? Desert Elite Diary? What does Desert Elite Diary give? $91 thieving for Desert Elite Diary. Huh. I don't think I need any of this. I don't think I need any of that. Not your pool, but a different statue pool. Will you get the you get the amulet with unlimited teleports. Is HD a plugin now? Yeah, it is. I was just playing with it for a few days to see if I would like it. Some of the textures are kind of cool, but I never got to try HDOS yet. I did download the client, but I haven't messed with it enough yet to figure out how to transfer everything over to it. Dude, I forgot what GPU looked like. Holy crap. I went back to GPU after years of 117 and I haven't went back. Just better for bossing. It is an advantage to see the squares when you're doing complex bossing. You still looking for Hydra? Yes, sir. Well, actually, today we are setting up the full block list to try to get Hydra quicker. It is crazy in RuneScape. You could spend an entire day just trying to get a Hydra task. Like 8 hours would be like a normal day of just trying to get a certain boss. You could just spend the entire day tutorial skipping and not get it, and that'd be a normal day. You burning out? No. Doing stuff you don't want to do stuff you want to do. What? That sentence was crazy. Yo, Vomp, thank you very much for that raid, sir. Hope you had a good stream. We're trying to set up our block list for Hydra right now. Yo, I'm hurting so bad for gold, early mid-game iron. Any suggestions? Rush, Song of the Elves, get into CG right away. That's what I did. Nothing else matters but Song of the Elves. If you get to Song of the Elves and get into CG, you'll never have gold problems. Hydra grinder burned me out. Hopefully we don't go dry on Hydra. That would be tragic, but it happens. Wildy agility. You could do mass agility, like a wilderness agility mass. If you get into one of those. There's discords for that. Where's a flesh crawler? Why can I not remember where those are at? Is that a skull scepter angle? Stronghold security. Portal, maybe? And then we go down? Are this the ones in this corner over here? I haven't done these ones in a while. Open rickety door. Yes, it is these. All right, just let it attack, so that way I don't attack the wrong one and get locked in. You just AFK these. Got to be the best way. You gonna do your first KC Hydra blind? Yeah. We'll see if I can get a kill. Is Hydra hard to figure out on your first kill? If you don't know what's going on. It's the hardest Slayer boss by far. Are you aware of the double death chest issue? Yeah, because you need like a bunch of boots of stone when you run back in to get your stuff. All right, TP out. Arax are harder than Hydra. Hydra's harder than Inferno. I don't believe you guys. You're making that up. Dang, I'm getting good at this point boosting stuff. I'm at 243 points now. I'd say Hydra is harder than Arax. Really? How many points do you need? I needed a total of like 700, but I don't need that many anymore. I probably am very close here to having enough points. However, since we've come this far, it's like you might as well do the 50 task to get the big drop. And then that way you'll have enough points forever. Maggot King better be like a 96 or 97 Slayer requirement. Is it going to be a Slayer boss? The Maggot King. I know that isn't that the boss that's coming out with Blood Moon Rises that's supposed to give the Seeker arrows? It's a quest boss. So I'm confused. Is it not going to be a Slayer boss? Maybe it's a boss like a Desert Treasure 2 kind of thing where you can occasionally get a Slayer task for it, but there's no required Slayer level. You know what I mean? It's criminal that almost half of Slayer there is no new unlock. What do you mean? Like, since Slayer has been out, they haven't released any new Slayer content? Are we due for a new Slayer boss soon? I think we're hitting that point in horizontal progression where it is tough to just add more content to the game because it's like, what are the gaps? You know, what would a new Slayer boss even add to the game? Like, I'll ask you that question. What items would the new Slayer boss have on it? A new belt slot. Okay, so automatically that's not getting voted in. There is already an invisible jaw slot. For what? A Nezanot helm that's not even Biss? Yeah, see, nobody in chat can think of any good items to add to the game. That's why it's tough. Because if you add a Slayer boss, you have to add items on it. Range gloves between Barrows and Zarite bracers. That's a solid idea. There really is nothing between those. There is a mage glove, there's jewelry. A bursting type melee weapon. A melee burst weapon is crazy. A whirlwind axe. Let's go Calphi Hive. Pharaoh gloves need an upgrade. The upgrade feels underwhelming from the Barrows gloves. There's already a Venator bow, so a flail or something like that would be good. If you get Claw from Hydra, are going to kill Zammy off task. No, Greater Demon tasks are easy to get, I think. I mean, I have a Levi task stored, but I would probably finish my Hydra task and then Turiel skip for Greater Demon. I would use my cannon here. I just don't have any cannonballs, and I want to save them in case I get a cannon task for my 50th task here. Krill is considered a Greater Demon. So if you get a Greater Demon task, you go and kill Krill with that. That's my understanding of it. All of his minions are considered Greater Demons as well. Any reason not to use Blowpipe? Mainly that I would have to go and farm Amethyst Darts. I'm trying to avoid doing that. I'm gonna try to save my darts for like TOB runs and stuff. Mostly everything I do is, the reasoning behind it is to avoid skilling. That's like that's the reasoning I have for most things, I think. I want a flail that's so heavy it gets dragged behind me. Like the Colossal Blade has a 3x3 AoE. Whoa. We're cooking some craziness now, huh? I think that might be the mega rare weapon that you're talking about from Raids 4, by the way. I swear they come out with this big crush weapon that slams the ground and does AoE. It's got to be it, right? What if it's just Shadow Flame Quadrant? They would never put a weapon like that in the main game, right? It's got to be a two-handed stab weapon. I personally think that the stab weapon, the Fang, is already too good. Like, Fang is already a mega rare level damage. You think it could be better? Upgrade to the Twin Flame Staff to work with Wrath Rune tier spells. Oh, that's a cook. Yeah, there's some mid-game items where maybe Upgrade Scape could apply to. I do think that's probably going to be what the next mega rare is, though. Is the crush weapon that was the best idea that we saw from like Behemoth, from that one guy who cooked it up. was a weapon that slams the ground and it also does damage like out in front of it, almost like a cone or like two, like a 1x1 area in front of it when it slams. So if you could put everything in front of you, it could do like frontal damage from melee. Have a sound effect? Bears? Guys, we're almost done with Slayer points forever. This is the best part about RuneScape, is knowing like when you're coming to the end of a grind. That feeling of just being done with it, you know? So good. I don't know what I would ever need more Slayer points for. But this is the last thing I could think of. I mean, we have our Masna, Turiel, Konar, Duradel blocklist set up. We have our Slayer helmet recolor, all of the unlocks. Even the skeletal Fossil Island Wyverns are blocked. We have all of the optional stuff done. 6 more cosmetic helms. I will pass on those. Technically, all cosmetic Slayer helms are a waste because you get a Zuck helm eventually and you're just going to wear that, right? There's no way to ever wear anything over Zuck. So... Rancor S? You know what's crazy? I'm not a huge fan of the black and white Rancor. I don't know if anybody else is like that, but when you have too much of this of the same color palette, it doesn't look as good. Like if all of your whole gear was just red and black, for some reason it doesn't look great. Like there has to be some hit or miss pieces in there that are like setting off the whole outfit, you know? I think that's why I like Rancor with that Araxite helmet so much. It's because you got the orange on top and it comes down into the green, and then you have the Rancor necklace that's green and black, and it just looks sick together. Three more Maz. Give me something easy, Maz. Something easy. 15 goals. We take that every single time. Every single time we take that. Goals is CKS. Yo, XP left until 95. We are level 95, brother. So, 0 XP. 95 Slayer is completed. But that's the thing. That's the thing about Slayer, guys. Once you get to 95, you still have to get the task. Which getting the task can be harder than actually getting there. Is level 95 the highest level required for getting any type of diary done? I'm pretty sure it is, but no, 95 is required for one of the diaries, and it's 95 Slayer. Wait, 96 fishing is required? What a scam game. You need 96 fishing for Mortania? That's terrible. Oh, 95 fletching for the Desert Diary, but you can boost it. You can boost 6 levels for fishing. Nice. Bro, my Expeditious bracelets are procking like crazy right now. This is perfect. Okay, 2 more. Cave slimes, easy. I just ported to a fairy ring. There's one right next to me. Wild Pie and kill regular Hydra off task, easy. Alchemical Hydra received a Hydra leather. Yo, GZ, man. Easy bis right there. Can we get your opinion on the week 2 leagues improvements? I don't know anything about them. I can't believe leagues is two months long. I can't believe that. Oh my god. I actually like it. I think that pineapple ham pizza is good, man. It's not my favorite, but like I'll still eat it if it's available. TP out. Last Mazda task. Armor Bruise win? Like, not even kidding? Probably never. Yes, we got the best task. And the reason it's a never is because there isn't any content in the game that looks like it requires it. So it would kind of just be like, oh, I don't have that yet. Maybe I'll go get that just so I have it. But I wouldn't say there's any content in the game that requires it. I'm all about like doing the stuff that's required first. Like if the game requires it, if I have to do that, then I'll try to do that first. It requires it for my goal, at least. And my goal is to get a Zuckhelm. So, like, required stuff for a Zuckhelm would be, you know, doing a certain amount of DPS. So I'm, like, heavy into DPS-focused items right now. Is it better to boost points with Turiel instead of Mazna? Statistically, no. It's more points per hour to do Mazna. But either one is good. Armor brews will be good for Zuxies. Okay, so that's a good example, right? Right now, I'm not doing Zuxies. So if I start doing Zuxies and I'm like, man, I cannot do this. I really need an Armor brew. Then I will go get one. But until that point comes, I have no thoughts or cares about it, I guess. All right, this poison is going to end on its own. Guys, wish me luck. This is going to be the 50th task of the streak today. We have done 50 Slayer tasks on today's stream. We have been absolutely slamming them. All of them we did Mazna for the extra points. So we're at 280 points. This is going to give us 250 with the completion here of whatever we get. We have enough points here to block up to 4 tasks. So we either want Hydra, an easy task, or something to block. Go. Metal Dragons, easy block. That's one of our blocks. Actually, we have enough points to just fill all of our blocks here. So I technically do not need to do. I technically do not need to do this 50th task. But I feel like it would be stupid not to. In a way. But let's see what task we get. Black Demons, another block. That's literally, these are literally all the blocks that I have written down on my list. Worms. The last block that I need is either Fire Giants or Worms. Bloodveld's also a good block. Abyssal Demons is also a good block. But you can, in Catacombs of Corinne, it's not that bad. 250 Abyssal Demons bursting task would be pretty good for points. This would be a decent task for points because you also get a heart chance. And it's in Catacombs. Oh, unextending these. I can skip this and still have enough points to block another task. I'm gambling. Trolls on the Fremenic Isle. Can I cannon those? That's multi. As long as we can cannon. I have enough cannonballs for one more task. This is going to be our 50th task completed. We're going to get a bunch of points for this. So what would we take here? We would take just 2 super restores. We would take 2 food. Heal. 1 range pop. And 2 bracelets. Probably only need 1. We'll keep 2. And then, what are the names of the boots? Fremenic boots. Sea boots. Okay, and we would go where? To Naetsnot? North of Jatizo or north of Naetsnot? North of Jatizo is for cannon. Would these ice trolls work too? This is multi. All these would probably work, right? Okay, let's see. Where can we cannon? There's a cannon spot literally right here. This has to be it. It's got to be melee prey, right? Nice. Probably taking out the females first. Because they throw stuff. Alright, let's see how fast these respawn too. Oh, this spot is clutch, you guys. This spot is going to be really fast. The only thing is I might need a little bit of food because of the females. That's the only issue. Holy crap, my cannon is shooting them from that far away? This spot is goated. The females should be providing the food as a crazy comm, guys. What the heck? Oh! I'm getting blasted by this female. And then these guys actually help you kill the mobs too, which is insane for DPS. Honestly, not bad at all. This spot. As we already killed 40. We killed 40 in like 2 minutes. This task is amazing. Okay, the females are annoying though. We're gonna have to go to the bank at some point because I'm about to die. Use a Fremenic shield and melee this for a task. Guys, that is... I think we're talking about leagues. We're not playing leagues here. Are we going ranged overhead for the female? Nice. We got double. If you wear a friendly shield, it reduces your damage from females. You just gotta protect from women. Showbeck does it a lot. Works for him. All right, I definitely got to go to the bank soon because I'm about to be dead. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Please be a bank in Jatizo. Please tell me there's a bank here. Yes. Let me bank with this guy. Also, I could do a Falador. Oops. I could do a Falador recharge here. Deposit. Go, 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 go. Get right back in there. Where did all of your Karambwans go? Got 2,000 cook, 15,000 raw. We're big chilling on Karambwans, I think. Guys, this is the goated spot for killing trolls ever. I mean, how does it get better than this? You literally have an army fighting them for you, and you're getting credit for all of them. This is fantastic. You just drag all the trolls into the army over here. And they just get zugged down. On low level Iron Man, these are great for GP too. Very nice. I'm just going to tag them and bring them over. And then let the army and the cannon kill them. As long as you have cannonballs. Hey, we had just enough cannonballs to finish the stuff that we needed cannonballs for Slayer. This is the last task we need cannonballs for a very long time. And I'll be farming more Doom, Muspa probably, so I'll end up with cannonballs. Also, I probably could make more too. I might have more steel bars from just playing the game. How many steel bars do I have is the question. Steel bars, 10. Never mind. I lied. I do not have steel bars from playing the game. We would have to hit the blast furnace. Unfortunately. Range spray. Oh, a rune kite. Take that. Okay, we're getting 250 points for this complete. We're almost done with this. This is one of the fastest tasks in the entire game for Konar, probably. This is like a 15-minute task for 150. This is really, really good. Never would have known about this if I didn't get this task too, so. This is good game knowledge. Getting excellent game knowledge today, boys. Only 30 left. Snag these two at the top. Oh, my run speed is gone. Should have got a super run speed pot. Dude, you can even use these guys as a wall to block them from hitting you. It's fantastic. Would you consider starting a hardcore after you got Biss on this character? Yeah, I would love that. We finish our first playthrough, then make a hardcore. Fire. This song is too good, huh? All right, 13 left. And then after this, we're going to have a bunch of extra Slayer points. I'm kind of debating. Do we use the extra Slayer points for skipping? Or do we just tutorial skip and keep them? We don't really need them for anything else. Block worms? You think worms are the best block? It's either fire giants, worms, or bloodvelds. All of those are pretty good block. Okay, pick up the cannon. I can't pick it up yet. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, we now have 365 points. And we are finished, boys. We have finished point boosting. We have done it. We are on our way to see if we get a Hydra task now. We have 365 points. We need to do one block. So we can only skip until we have 80 points. And we have to save at least 80 points for a block. As long as we keep 80 points, it's probably fine. You just spending league points on ornament kits? My league points are on my main, so I don't really care too much. I played leagues on my main, not my iron. Hydra! Boom, 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 boom! Right after we get done boosting, we get one. Let's go. Holy crap. How do we get there? Is it in this dungeon? Let's get it, boys. Okay. How the hell do we do Hydra? Probably need like 2 restores. Probably want thralls. And an antidote. Range pot. Food. We could take Brutes of Brimstone. Brimstone boots. Do we kill Hydra on first attempt? Gamba's live. Barrow's gloves. Full blind. Besides what I should have in my inventory here, that's it. I need 1 TP out. Probably want herb sack. No, maybe Hydra drops noted. I was just looking at the wiki. Anything to spec with? Maybe we blowpipe spec? I have nothing to spec with, so could be good. And then 1 Book of the Dead for thralls. 1 pre-angler. And really quickly, we just have to change the spell book. I'm out of... I'm all out of the spellbook changes. Okay, and then we're going to go to Arceus. Here we go, boys. First Hydra attempt ever. On the stream. I don't know what I'm doing. Just teach me how to get there if you can. Do you have tiles? I don't have tiles, guys. Is that it? Alchemical Hydra. Ooh, here's a normal Hydra. I'm praying range. We'll sip an antidote. Talk to this guy. I have no idea. Alchemical Hydra. Holy. Potting. Thralling. Okay. Watch out for the ground. The hell is going on? Food? There's got to be something you do with him here. Let me tag him. All right, so there's red, green, and blue. I don't really know what's going on with them. You stand on this vent? Auto attack him when you're standing on the vent. Oh, he's blue now. Stand on the vent. Stand on the vent. Brawl. Go here. Run. Holy shit. I mean, I don't really know what's going on, to be honest. Like, he's blue right now, so there's a blue thing. There's a blue vent. Double eat. I mean, you can't really... I mean, his body's over it. His thing is over the blue. Okay, okay. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Double eat, double eat. My damage is trash. Oh, he's hitting hard. Game. Alchemical's Hydra's defenses partially absorb your attack. No! His defenses partially absorb your attack. The chemicals are absorbed by the alchemical Hydra, empowering it further. The chemicals are absorbed. Blue hates green. Blue hates green. The chemicals neutralize the alchemical's defenses. Blue on blue is bad. You want blue on green, it's counter. Oh, red hates blue, I think. Red hates blue. It neutralized him. He's going to the middle. What is that? No! Ow! No, 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 no. TP out, TP out, TP out! No. Ah. Dang it. That's a rip, guys. Let me get my boots of stone. Is it insulated boots? Wait, how do you get boots of stone? Oh, I used my boots of stone on the brimstone boots, so now I don't have any. So I have to figure out how to get to a Slayer Master. I don't know how to get to a Slayer Master without a quest cape. I have no Rada's Blessing TPs. Kara gloves. Kara gloves. And then I need to figure out how to get to a fairy ring, which I don't have another quest cape. So I don't know how to get to a fairy ring. So right now we have Karamja, but I need to figure out how to get off Karamja. I'm going to grab a dueling ring. And then like 10 food. Okay. I don't need this. I think we got it. I think we got a strat. So I'm going to go to Karamja. And I'm going to buy a boot of stone. And then we're going to TP to Castle Wars. And then run down to the fairy ring there. All right, we're going to trade 1 boot of stone. I could buy like 5. I could put him in the bank. And then we're going to go to Castle Wars has a fairy ring right here. Okay. Oh, I forgot I have house tabs. I could have just went to my house tab. That would have been better. That wasn't terrible though. I mean, minus 30 seconds. Could have been worse. $30 seconds isn't bad. Don't forget boots. I mean, I'm wearing boots of stone. Oh, it's ranged. These Hydras are 194. So I collect my stuff from this guy. 100k death fee. I didn't use my spec. I could have used my spec. Dang, I'm out of run speed. I kind of want to just go in and try again right now. Now that I know the first part of what to do. Let me overeat here. Okay. Here we go. So ranged hates... Green hates melee. So as I'm hitting him here, I'm going to position for whatever the next color is. Blue hates green. Double eating. He's a little bit blocky. Okay, here comes these. Okay, we double up here. Double eat. Pair sip. That double hit, I don't know if there's anything I could do. What happens if I pray mage? Oh, that's 0 damage. Melee now? What? No. I'm taking damage from melee. Range, I'm not taking damage. What the hell is happening? Melee? Melee hates... What the hell? That's... Pray melee? Pray range? It's empowering it further. I gotta go. Oh. I don't know, guys. I don't know which one the gray one needs to get hit by. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. I am very happy that we got a freaking Hydra attempt in on the stream today. Because it was not looking good for a while. It was definitely not looking good. Low key, it was kind of rough. Because I was trying to... We ended up boosting for points all day today. A lot of people were asking me, you know, why are you streaming early today, Sard? I started my stream at like 9 a.m. this morning because 9 Rain lives in the same town as me. He watched the Behemoth episode and he was like, hey, you want to hang out sometime? So I'm going to go hang out with 9 Rain today. So that's why I had to start the stream a little bit earlier. And I'm on my way to do that right now. So 07's in the chat. If you're here, I am headed out for the day. Normally, I would just be starting my stream, but we started the stream early today, so that's going to be it on the 7-hour stream today. Guys, be nice to people. Have a good day. Thank you guys for watching the stream. We will get a Hydra KC tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. I will be live at the normal time, and we will get ourselves a Hydra kill. 07 boys, y'all say what's up to Palomar. Make sure you send him a follow. And I will be back tomorrow. Good evening, boys. Thank you for watching.